Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never thought I'd be the type of person to share something like this. For years, I've kept these experiences to myself, partly because I didn't want people thinking I was crazy, and partly because saying it out loud makes it more real somehow. But after what happened last night, I need to get this off my chest. I've lived in my apartment at Crescent View for 7 years now. It's nothing fancy, just a modest 2-bedroom on the 3rd floor with a tiny balcony that overlooks the parking lot. When I first moved in, I was 30 years old and desperate for my own space after living with my mum for far too long after college. What I never told the landlord during my application was that one of the main reasons I finally moved out was because my mom's house had issues. Growing up there, we'd constantly hear footsteps when nobody was home. Doors would slam on windless days, and sometimes you'd catch glimpses of shadows moving out of the corner of your eye. My mum pretended not to notice, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. When I finally signed the lease for my apartment, I was terrified of living alone. Not because of normal things like break-ins or fires, but because I was afraid of facing something supernatural without anyone else around. But after a few quiet months, I relaxed. I adopted 2 cats, Milo and Luna, and settled into a comfortable routine. I thought maybe the weird stuff from my childhood was just an old house with bad pipes and my overactive imagination. I was wrong. It started so subtly, I almost didn't notice. About 3 years ago, I began waking up to find my bedroom door open in the mornings. This wouldn't be weird, except that I always close my door at night to keep the cats out. Milo has this annoying habit of walking across my face at 4 in the morning, and Luna likes to knock things off my nightstand. So every night, I make sure that door is firmly shut. At first, I thought maybe I was forgetting to close it properly. But then I started double and triple checking. I'd shut it, test the handle, even push against it to make sure it was latched. Yet somehow, come morning, it would be wide open with cats lounging on my bed. When Ryan, my fiancé, started staying over more regularly about a year ago, I mentioned it to him. He's one of those super logical types who has an explanation for everything. He said I was probably just forgetting, or maybe the door wasn't closing properly because of air pressure or something. I let it go, but I knew better. Then one day, I was scrolling through his phone. With permission, we have an open phone policy, and saw a message to his friend that made my stomach drop. Dude, there's no way in hell that door could open on its own. I made sure it was closed tight last night, even heard the click, but this morning it was wide open. I'm not telling Sophia because she already thinks the place is haunted. So he noticed it too. That's when I knew for sure something was happening, but it wasn't just my bedroom door. The cats have their own room. The 2nd bedroom, where I keep their litter boxes, food and toys. I close them in there sometimes at night if they're being particularly rambunctious. And guess what? That door would be open in the mornings too. 2 doors on opposite sides of the apartment, both securely closed at night, both open by morning. I started feeling like I was being watched all the time. The air would sometimes feel heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, but only in certain corners of the apartment. The hallway leading to the bedrooms would sometimes feel so thick with something that I'd avoid going down it until daylight. About 6 months ago, something happened that I can't explain away, no matter how hard I try. I had thrown out my old bed because the frame broke, and I was waiting for my new one to be delivered. I was sleeping on this fold-out sofa thing I'd moved into my bedroom temporarily. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was scrolling through my phone, trying to fall asleep. The cats were locked in their room because they were being especially hyper that night. My bedroom was dimly lit by just my phone screen and a small nightlight in the corner. My closet has these mirrored sliding doors. One was partially open, maybe about 6 inches. Suddenly, I noticed movement in the mirror. At first, I thought it was just a reflection of me shifting on the sofa, but when I froze and the movement continued, my blood ran cold. The closed portion of the mirrored door started to shake. Not like an earthquake shake, but like someone was grabbing it from behind and rattling it. The weird part was it seemed to be shaking from the center, not the edges. The vibrations created this bizarre visual effect in the mirror, almost like a portal, with the movement emanating outward from a central point. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just stared at it, watching this impossible thing happen right in front of me. The door was partially open, so I could see into part of the closet, and there was clearly no one in there, nothing that could be causing this. After what felt like forever, but was probably only about 15 seconds, it stopped. The apartment went completely silent, not even the usual creaks of the building or the hum of the refrigerator. Just absolute silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up with all the lights on until dawn, my back against the wall so nothing could sneak up behind me. The strange thing is, after years of this, I've almost gotten used to it. Growing up in my mum's house prepared me in a way. I've developed this weird acceptance, like, okay, I guess I'm just someone who lives with whatever these things are. Last winter, something new started happening. I began noticing these small orbs of light floating around my apartment, and before you say it, no, they weren't dust particles catching the light. I know what those look like. These were different. They moved with purpose, sometimes stopping and changing direction, like they were responding to something. They were small, flickering like tiny flashlights, moving around in patterns that dust just doesn't do. The cats can see them too. I have videos on my phone of Milo and Luna chasing these lights, jumping and pawing at them. It's both fascinating and terrifying to watch. Sometimes they'll both suddenly stare at the same spot in the room, tracking something invisible with their eyes, and then look at each other like they're confirming what they're seeing. Ryan thinks I'm letting my imagination run wild. He stayed over less and less, always with some excuse about early meetings or wanting to sleep in his own bed. Last month, he suggested we move in together, but to his place, not mine. When I asked why not my apartment, he couldn't give me a straight answer. He just said his place feels better. I know what he really means. Last night was what finally pushed me to share this story. I was home alone, as usual these days, and had gone through my normal bedtime routine, checked the stove was off, turned down the thermostat, made sure the front door was locked. I closed the cats in their room, making sure the door clicked shut. Then I went to my bedroom, closed that door firmly, and got into bed. I was almost asleep when I heard it, the soft click of a door latch releasing. My eyes shot open. Then came the slow, deliberate creak of a door opening. Not my bedroom door. It was still closed. It was the cat's door. I froze, listening. There were no cat sounds, no paws padding down the hallway, no meows, nothing. Just silence, then a soft thud from the living room, like someone sitting down heavily on my couch. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to get up and check, but I was paralyzed with fear. Instead, I grabbed my phone and texted Ryan, "I think someone's in my apartment." He called immediately, telling me to call 911. But something stopped me. Some deep, instinctual part of me knew this wasn't an intruder, at least not the human kind. I gathered my courage, turned on my phone's flashlight, and opened my bedroom door. The hallway was empty. I crept toward the living room, the beam of light shaking with my trembling hand. The living room was empty too. No one on the couch, nothing disturbed. But the cat's door was standing wide open, exactly as I'd feared. I went to check on them. They were both still in their room, huddled together on their cat tree, staring wide-eyed at the open door. I checked every inch of my apartment. No signs of a break-in. All windows locked, front door still bolted from the inside. No one could have gotten in or out. When I returned to the living room, that's when I noticed it. On my coffee table was a small puddle of water. not spilled from a glass. There hadn't been any glasses on the table. It was just there, a perfect little circle of water, like someone had carefully placed it. I stood there staring at it, and as I watched, it slowly began to evaporate, much faster than water should. Within seconds, it was gone, leaving no trace, not even a watermark on the wood. I don't know what's happening in my apartment. I don't know if these are ghosts or something else entirely. All I know is that after 7 years, they're getting bolder, more willing to make their presence known. I've started talking to them sometimes when I'm alone, setting boundaries. I tell them, as long as you don't show yourself, we're fine. It's a simple rule, and so far, they've respected it. They open doors, move things around, create unexplainable lights and sounds, but they've never materialized, never shown themselves directly. But after last night, I'm wondering how long that agreement will last. The water on the coffee table feels like a message, like they're trying to communicate something specific. I'm not moving out. This is my home, and strange as it sounds, these entities, whatever they are, feel like roommates at this point. Annoying, boundary-pushing roommates, but familiar ones. I just hope I'm not making a terrible mistake by staying. Story 2. I've been hesitating to share this for weeks now, but I need to get it off my chest. What happened to me at Sembawang last month has completely changed how I see the world. I used to laugh at ghost stories, but not anymore. I'm 16, and last month our school held an adventure camp for the freshmen. As a junior, I was chosen to be one of the group leaders, something that was supposed to look good on my student record. They picked me because I'm usually level-headed and responsible. At least that's what my teachers think. The camp was located near Kampong Wak Hassan, a coastal area in the northern part of Singapore. If you're local, you probably already know about this place's reputation. If not, let me fill you in. It's known for all sorts of paranormal sightings. People talk about Pontianaks, female vampiric ghosts, and pokongs, male spirits, like they're just normal wildlife in the area. My grandmother used to warn me about these places, but I always thought they were just old folks' tales to keep kids from wandering off. The day before the night walk, we had a briefing session where the teachers showed us the route. It would take the freshmen through a pretty dense forest patch, past the beach, which locals know is infamous for being a disposal site for spiritual items, then around a small mosque, and finally past this really old gate before circling back to the campsite. As leaders, we were supposed to position ourselves at different points along the path to make sure no students wandered off. I got assigned to a spot near the beach. It wasn't my first choice, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? The teachers emphasized that we should stay at our posts no matter what, and contact them via walkie-talkie if there were any problems. The night walk started at 9 in the evening. The sky was clear, with a half moon providing just enough light to see the path, but dark enough to give the freshmen the spooky experience they were expecting. I walked to my assigned spot with a senior prefect who was dropping everyone off at their positions. He left me with a flashlight, a walkie-talkie, and a simple instruction: don't leave your post until all groups have passed. So there I was, standing alone at the edge of the beach, waiting for the first group to pass by. The waves were gentle that night, creating a rhythmic sound that was actually quite calming. The breeze carried the salty smell of the sea mixed with the earthy scent of the nearby forest. I checked my watch. 9:35. The first group should be reaching me in about 10 minutes. I switched off my flashlight to conserve the battery and let my eyes adjust to the darkness. That's when I first noticed something off. From the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like a figure standing at the shoreline, maybe 30 meters away. I initially thought it might be another group leader who had wandered off course. But something about the way this person stood, completely still, facing the sea, made me uneasy. I tried to focus on my job, occasionally checking my watch and listening for the sounds of approaching students. but I couldn't help glancing toward that figure every few minutes. It hadn't moved an inch. At around 9:45, when the first group should have been reaching me, I heard something that made my skin crawl. It was faint at first, almost blending with the sound of the waves, but it became clearer, a low, rhythmic chanting. The kind of chanting that people do when they're performing some kind of ritual. That's when I remembered what the locals said about the beach. It was a disposal site for spiritual items. People would come here to get rid of things they believed were haunted or cursed, performing small rituals before leaving them to the sea. The figure at the shoreline seemed to be doing exactly that. I could see them now, bending down occasionally, their hands moving in specific patterns. I wanted to call someone on the walkie-talkie, but what would I say? Hey, there's someone performing a ritual on the beach. I'd sound ridiculous. So I waited, growing increasingly uncomfortable. Where was the first group of students? They should have reached me by now. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 minutes, the figure at the shoreline straightened up and turned. Even though I couldn't see their face clearly in the darkness, I had the distinct feeling they were looking directly at me. Then they started walking, not toward the path or the road, but straight toward me. My heart began pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I fumbled with the walkie-talkie, but all I got was static. The chanting continued, getting louder as the figure approached. When they were about 15 meters away, I finally managed to turn on my flashlight and point it in their direction. But there was nothing there. The beach was empty. I spun around, pointing my flashlight in all directions, but saw no one. The chanting had stopped, but the silence that followed was somehow worse. That's when I felt it. A cold sensation on my right arm, like someone had grabbed me with an ice-cold hand. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't move, I couldn't even scream. It felt like something was standing right behind me, its grip tightening on my arm. Every instinct told me not to turn around, not to look at whatever was holding me. Just when I thought I would pass out from fear, I heard voices. Human voices. The first group of freshmen was finally approaching, their flashlights bobbing along the path. As soon as their lights hit the area where I was standing, the cold grip on my arm vanished. I was shaking so badly I could barely speak when they reached me, but I managed to direct them along the correct path. One of the students asked if I was okay, saying I looked like I'd seen a ghost. If only they knew. The rest of the night was a blur. Group after group passed by, and I stayed rooted to my spot, too terrified to move even an inch away. I kept feeling like something was watching me from the darkness, but whenever I shined my light toward the beach, there was nothing there. When the last group had passed, a teacher came to collect me. On the way back to camp, I tried to tell her what had happened, but she dismissed it as my imagination playing tricks on me in the dark. I wanted to believe her. I really did. At the post-activity debrief, something happened that made my blood run cold. One by one, each leader reported feeling something strange during their time alone at their posts. Some described a sensation of someone standing beside them. Others mentioned hearing whispers or feeling sudden cold spots. Like me, none of them had dared to look back. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that cold grip on my arm again. By morning, I had developed a fever. The camp nurse thought it was just exhaustion and gave me some medicine, but I knew it was something else. When I rolled up my sleeve to take a shower the next day, I noticed it, a strange mark on my right arm, exactly where I had felt the cold grip. It looked like 5 finger-shaped bruises, but they were darker than normal bruises, almost black in color. I showed it to my roommate, who suggested I might have hurt myself without realizing it. But I knew better. The mark stayed for 3 days, gradually fading until it disappeared completely. But the fever persisted for almost a week after returning home from camp. My parents took me to the doctor, who couldn't find anything physically wrong with me. He suggested it might be a viral infection and prescribed rest. It's been a month now. The fever is gone, and so is the mark on my arm. But the memory remains vivid, haunting me every night when I try to sleep. I've researched Kampong Wak Hassan since then and discovered its history. It was once a thriving village before being cleared for development. Many old structures were demolished, and local belief says that disturbing these places can awaken the spirits that reside there. I've also learned more about the beach's reputation as a disposal site. People bring all sorts of items there. Cursed objects, spirit tablets, even dolls that are believed to be possessed. They perform rituals to release the spirits before leaving the items to be taken by the sea. What if I had interrupted one such ritual that night? I used to be skeptical about these things. Now, I'm not so sure. Whatever grabbed me that night was real. I still feel it sometimes, especially when I'm alone in the dark. That cold sensation creeping up my arm, the feeling of being watched, the whispers just at the edge of hearing. I haven't told my parents about what really happened. They wouldn't believe me anyway. But I needed to share this somewhere, with people who might understand. Has anyone else experienced something similar at Kampong Wak Hassan, or am I just losing my mind? One thing's for sure, I'm never going back there after dark. And if you're ever in Sembawang, stay away from that beach at night. Some things are better left undisturbed, and some places should remain unvisited after the sun goes down. Story 3. I still can't explain what happened to me 5 years ago. I've spent countless hours researching, reading forums, and talking to people who might understand. I'm 17 now, but this happened when I was just 12, and it still messes with my head. It started with a stupid fight with my mom. I had been texting this guy I liked way past my bedtime, and she caught me. She went ballistic, screaming about responsibility and respect. I yelled back that she was ruining my life. You know, typical dramatic preteen stuff. The argument ended with her snatching my phone away, telling me I'd get it back when I learned some respect. I was furious. With nothing else to do, I went to my room and slammed the door. Our house in Westridge is pretty old, and the walls are thin, so I'm sure everyone heard it. I could hear my mom downstairs, still muttering about my attitude. I flopped onto my bed and grabbed my laptop. At least she hadn't taken that. I opened Netflix and put on some mindless show to distract myself. I remember checking the time, 10:45. I must have dozed off around 11. What happened next is hard to explain because it felt so real at first. I woke up in what I now understand was a lucid dream. In this dream, I was walking home from Walgreens. I could feel the plastic bag swinging against my leg, and inside were cigarettes I'd somehow managed to buy, which is weird because I've never smoked in my life. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the sidewalk, and everything had this strange golden tint to it. As I rounded the corner onto my street, I noticed someone or something up ahead. It was an old woman, hunched over a cane, wearing what looked like tattered black clothes with a hood pulled low over her face. Something about her made my skin crawl. She was just standing there in the middle of the sidewalk, not moving. I tried to walk around her, but somehow our paths crossed, and my shoulder bumped against hers. The moment we touched, everything shifted. It was like being sucked through a vacuum. 1 second I was on the street, the next I was back in my bedroom, but I wasn't in my bed, I was underneath it. I could see dust bunnies and a sock I'd lost weeks ago. The weirdest part, I could hear people above me, on my bed. 2 people, having sex. I couldn't see them, but the bed was creaking, and I could hear breathing and moaning. It was so vivid and disturbing. Multicolored lights were flashing around me, bright reds, blues, and greens, like a rainbow strobe. I felt scared and confused. Why was I under my bed? Who was on top of it? I tried to crawl out, desperate to escape. Then suddenly, bam! I was awake, except I couldn't move. My eyes were open and I was staring at my ceiling. I tried to lift my arm, my leg, anything, but it was like my body had turned to concrete. The only thing I could move was my head, just slightly from side to side. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might break my ribs. I'd never felt terror like that before. I glanced toward my bedroom door. I distinctly remembered closing it after the fight with my mum, but now it was wide open, showing the dark hallway beyond. As I stared at the doorway, I heard footsteps. Slow, dragging footsteps coming up the stairs and then down the hall toward my room. I wanted to scream, to call for my mum, but my voice wouldn't work. Just this pathetic wheezing sound came out. The footsteps got closer, and I could hear labored breathing, like someone who'd been running for a long time. I was convinced someone had broken into our house and was coming for me. Then came the most terrifying part, the part that still gives me nightmares. I turned my head back toward the door, expecting to see an intruder. But what I saw instead was me. I saw myself lying in bed, face up, staring at the ceiling with wide, terrified eyes. But how could I see myself? It was like I was floating near the ceiling, looking down at my own body. I could see everything. My Harry Potter poster on the wall, my laptop still open at the foot of the bed, my body perfectly still, except for the rapid rise and fall of my chest as I breathed. I was having an out-of-body experience. My consciousness had somehow separated from my physical form. I tried to scream again, but neither my floating self nor my body on the bed made a sound. I felt a pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me, crushing the air out of my lungs. In the corner of the room, almost hidden in the shadows, I saw her again, the old woman from my dream. She was watching me with eyes that seemed to glow slightly in the darkness. Her mouth was moving, whispering something I couldn't hear. The pressure on my chest increased. This felt like it lasted forever, but it was probably only seconds. Suddenly, like a rubber band snapping back, I was jolted back into my body. I could move again. I sat up, gasping, tears streaming down my face, my pajamas soaked with sweat. The old woman was gone. My door was closed, just as I had left it before falling asleep. I turned on every light in my room and checked the time. Only 20 minutes had passed since I'd fallen asleep. 20 minutes that felt like hours. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up, back against the headboard, knees pulled to my chest, jumping at every little creak the house made. When morning came, I tried to tell my mum what happened, but she dismissed it as a nightmare brought on by our argument and me watching something scary on Netflix. I hadn't been. Over the next few weeks, I became obsessed with figuring out what had happened to me. I was afraid to go to sleep, worried I'd see that old woman again or leave my body. I started Googling my symptoms and came across the term sleep paralysis. The descriptions matched what I experienced. The inability to move, the feeling of pressure, even the sense of a presence in the room. But then I found something else. Stories about the old hag. Apparently, across different cultures, people report seeing an elderly woman during episodes of sleep paralysis. In Newfoundland, they literally call the experience being hag-ridden. In Brazil, they call it the crushing old woman. The similarities to what I saw were uncanny. The out-of-body experience was harder to explain. Some researchers connect it to sleep paralysis, suggesting that the brain, caught between sleep and wakefulness, can produce these sensations. Others link it to spiritual or supernatural phenomena. I don't know what to believe. What I do know is that it happened 3 more times over the next year. Each episode followed the same pattern: the lucid dream, the old woman, the paralysis, the separation from my body. The last time, about 4 years ago, I actually tried to communicate with her. In my head, I asked, "What do you want?" She didn't answer, but she smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. After that, the episode stopped. I haven't had one in years, but I'm still afraid of them coming back. I sleep with a nightlight now, Embarrassing for a 17-year-old, I know. I've tried to convince myself it was just my brain misfiring, a strange neurological phenomenon with a scientific explanation. But deep down, I don't believe that. Whatever happened to me in Westridge that night wasn't just sleep paralysis. It was something else, something I still can't explain. The image of seeing myself from outside my body is burned into my memory. Sometimes I catch myself wondering, did I really come back completely? Is some part of me still out there, separated from my physical form? I've read hundreds of accounts from people who've experienced similar things. Some find comfort in medical explanations, others turn to spiritual or religious interpretations. Me? I'm still searching for answers. All I know is that the boundary between our conscious mind and whatever lies beyond is thinner than we think. And sometimes when we're at our most vulnerable, that boundary can break entirely. Story 4. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Part of me thinks writing it down might help me process what happened, but another part worries you'll all think I'm making this up or losing my mind. I'm not. I wish I was. I've been delivering pizzas for about 3 years now at one of those big chain places in Millbrook, this little suburb in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Nothing glamorous, just a way to pay bills while I finish my associate's degree. Most nights are completely forgettable. Apartment complexes, family homes, occasionally some drunk college kids who forget to tip. But what happened 4 months ago on a Tuesday night delivery has made it almost impossible for me to continue this job. It was around 8:30, just starting to get dark. The dinner rush had mostly died down, and I was hoping to finish my shift without any more deliveries. I was tired, had an exam the next morning, and just wanted to clock out. Then Amber, this high school senior who works the phones, called me over with a weird look on her face. "Hey Marcus, got one more for you. Guy sounds off." She handed me the ticket with the address and order details. He was breathing really heavy, like he'd been running or something. Kept changing his mind about toppings. Kinda creepy. I noticed right away it was for Oak Ridge Lane, a neighborhood I knew well. But the specific address, 1421, wasn't one I recognized, which was strange because I'd delivered to practically every house in that area at some point. My manager Dave stepped in. "I'm sending you instead of Amber or Jess. Don't like how this customer sounded." Dave's always been protective of the female drivers, especially after one got harassed last year. I appreciated the sentiment, but couldn't shake a weird feeling about this delivery. I checked the name on the ticket. J. Davidson. Order total was $23 and some change for a large pepperoni and sausage. Nothing unusual there. I loaded the pizza into my beat-up Corolla and headed out. The GPS took me down familiar streets until I turned onto Oak Ridge. I remember checking house numbers, 1409, 1413, 1417, and then 1421. I almost drove past it because it was so dark compared to the neighboring houses. It was a small, single-story bungalow set back from the street. Unlike the other well-kept homes on the block, this one had an overgrown front yard, surrounded by a chain-link fence that had partially collapsed on one side. No lights were visible through the windows, which I soon realized were covered with what looked like newspaper or cardboard from the inside. I parked across the street, grabbed the hot bag with the pizza, and checked my phone to call the customer. That's when I realized I'd forgotten to charge my phone that day. It was at 12%. Great. Before getting out, I made sure my concealed SIG 9mm was secure in its holster. I've had a permit for 2 years and carry on deliveries ever since a driver from another store got robbed at knife point. My manager doesn't officially know I carry, but I think he suspects and doesn't mind. Walking up to the gate, I had to wrestle with it to open. The hinges were rusted and the weeds had grown around the bottom. The concrete walkway to the front door was cracked, with dandelions pushing through. As I got closer to the house, the streetlight behind me cast my shadow long across the front door. That's when I heard it, a man's voice coming from inside, angry and strained. Why do you do this to me? Why every single time? The voice was muffled through the walls, but clear enough that I could make out the words. I froze mid-step, pizza bag in hand, wondering if I should just leave. But I needed this job, and walking away from deliveries wasn't an option if I wanted to keep it. I reached the door and saw there was no doorbell, just a tarnished brass knocker. I hesitated, then knocked 3 times firmly. "Pizza delivery," I called out, trying to sound casual and confident. The shouting inside stopped immediately. Complete silence followed, then what sounded like a cabinet slamming shut. I waited, shifting my weight from one foot to another, counting seconds in my head. 30 seconds passed. A minute. I knocked again, louder this time. "Hello? Pizza delivery for J. Davidson?" Nothing. Just that heavy, uncomfortable silence. I pulled out my phone, now at 10% battery, and called the number from the order ticket. It rang once, twice, 3 times, then went to a generic voicemail message. I hung up without leaving a message. My instincts were screaming at me to leave, but I decided to try once more. I walked around to the side of the house, careful to avoid the overgrown bushes that seemed to reach out like hands in the darkness. The backyard was enclosed by a wooden fence with missing boards. Through the gaps, I could see the back door was boarded up with plywood, odd for a house that was supposedly occupied. As I stood there, debating what to do next, a cold sensation washed over me, despite the warm Texas evening. The air around me felt suddenly thick, hard to breathe, and then, I swear this happened, I heard a whisper that seemed to come from right beside my ear. "Get out." I spun around, but no one was there, just the darkened yard and the silent house. That was enough for me. I hurried back to my car, pizza still in hand. As I was unlocking my door, I noticed a middle-aged woman walking her dog on the opposite sidewalk. She was staring at me with a curious expression. "Everything okay over there?" she called out. I nodded, trying to appear normal. "Yeah, just trying to deliver a pizza, but no one's answering." Her face changed instantly. Eyebrows shot up, mouth slightly open. "A pizza? To that house?" She pointed at 1421. "Yeah, order for J. Davidson. Do you know him?" She crossed the street toward me, pulling her small terrier along. When she got closer, I could see she was pale, almost sickly looking under the streetlight. "Young man, nobody lives in that house," she said, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. "It's been empty for almost 2 years now." I felt a chill run down my spine. "That's impossible. Someone just ordered this pizza less than 45 minutes ago." She shook her head firmly. "No, that's not possible." She glanced nervously at the house. There was a situation there. The owner, John James Davidson, everyone called him JJ. He killed his wife and then himself. October of 2021. I must have visibly reacted because she continued quickly. "The neighbors have been trying to get the city to demolish it, but it's caught up in some probate issue with his family back east. Nobody's set foot in there since the police finished their investigation." "Wait," I said, trying to process what she was telling me. "Did you say his name was J.J. Davidson?" She nodded. "Those are the initials on my order, JJD. I showed her the receipt. The woman's hand flew to her mouth, and she took a step back. "That's him. That's the man who killed his wife." Her dog started whining and pulling at the leash. "That can't be right," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. "Someone's probably just playing a prank." She shook her head vigorously. "No one around here would joke about that. We all heard him. Heard the fights. He would scream at her, 'Why do you do this to me?' over and over. That was his thing. We called the police several times, but she always said everything was fine when they showed up." She looked down, guilt written across her face. "Until it wasn't." My mouth went dry as I remembered the angry voice I'd heard inside. Those exact words. "I need to go," the woman said suddenly, tugging her dog away. "And you should too. Don't go back to that house." She hurried away, occasionally glancing back over her shoulder at the dark bungalow. I got into my car with shaking hands and turned the key. The engine sputtered twice before catching, and I nearly floored it getting away from there. In my rearview mirror, I could swear I saw a figure standing in the doorway of 1421, but when I blinked, there was nothing but darkness. Back at the store, I told Dave what happened. He didn't believe me at first, thought I was trying to cover for dropping or stealing the pizza, but something in my face must have convinced him because he pulled up the order on the computer. "This is weird," he said, frowning at the screen. "The order shows it was placed from a landline registered to that address." He looked up at me. "But the payment was declined. It says the card expired in 2021. I called in sick the next 3 days. When I finally returned to work, I looked up news articles about the murder-suicide. There it was. John James Davidson, 57, shot his wife Elizabeth, 49, before turning the gun on himself. Neighbors reported a history of domestic disputes. The article included a photo of Davidson, balding, heavy-set, with a severe expression. The same face I'd seen reflected in my car window as I drove away. I still deliver pizzas, but I refuse to take orders for Oak Ridge Lane. I've driven by 1421 a few times during daylight hours, trying to convince myself there's a logical explanation. The house sits there, empty and dark, newspapers still covering the windows. The company eventually wrote off the pizza as a system error after Dave did some digging and confirmed the house was indeed vacant. But we all know systems don't make errors like that. Systems don't place orders with the exact voice patterns and verbal tics of a dead man. Systems don't make you hear whispers when no one's there. Sometimes I wake up at night hearing that phrase, "Why do you do this to me?" And I wonder if somehow, through some glitch in reality, I intercepted an order meant for someone else. Someone who isn't living anymore either. I still carry my cig on deliveries. But I'm not sure it would have helped that night if I'd gone inside. How do you defend yourself against something that's already dead? Story 5. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last year. I've tried talking to a few close friends, but the looks they give me, well, you can imagine. So I figured I'd share it here where people might actually believe me. It started on a Tuesday night around this time last year. Nothing special about the day, just a normal weekday. I'd been binge-watching some true crime show in our game room and must have fallen asleep on the couch. Our game room is just a converted bedroom downstairs where we keep the PlayStation and a comfy sectional. I crash there sometimes when I don't feel like going upstairs to my bedroom. I woke up suddenly at what must have been around 3 in the morning. You know that feeling when you wake up and instantly know something's wrong? That's what I felt, but multiplied by 1,000. I couldn't move, not even my pinky finger. My eyes wouldn't open either, no matter how hard I tried. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before, so at first I tried to stay calm and tell myself that's what was happening. The weird thing was, after the initial panic subsided, there was this strange peacefulness, like floating. I remember thinking, okay, this isn't so bad. Just ride it out, Emily, it'll pass. Then the temperature in the room dropped. I'm not exaggerating. It went from comfortable to freezing in seconds. The peaceful feeling vanished, replaced by pure dread that crawled up my spine like ice water. Something was in the room with me. I couldn't see it. My eyes were still shut tight, but I could feel it. Have you ever felt someone staring at you before you see them? It was like that, but 100 times more intense. I felt it move closer to the couch. The air got thicker, heavier somehow. It smelled like, I don't know how to describe it exactly, like burnt matches and something rotten. I tried desperately to wake up fully, to open my eyes, to move, anything, but I was completely trapped in my own body. Then I felt hands on my throat, cold, strong hands. They started squeezing, cutting off my air. Another hand clamped over my mouth and nose. I couldn't breathe at all. This wasn't just sleep paralysis anymore. This was something attacking me. I was being suffocated by something I couldn't see or fight back against. The pressure on my throat increased. My lungs were burning, screaming for air. I was dying. I knew it with absolute certainty. Whatever this thing was, it was killing me. That's when I heard her voice, clear as day, right next to my ear. "Emily, you need to move. Now. You have to fight it." It was a woman's voice, familiar and urgent. At the time, I was too panicked to place it. All I knew was that she was trying to help me. The voice gave me a surge of adrenaline. With everything I had, I focused on moving my right arm. Just that one limb, all my concentration, all my will poured into that single action. Move, move, move. Suddenly, I broke free. It felt like snapping out of cement that had hardened around me. My arm shot up in a wild punch, and my eyes flew open as I gasped desperately for air. That's when I saw it. Standing at the side of the couch was a man. I don't know if you can call it that. It was shaped like a man, tall with broad shoulders, but it wasn't solid. It was like dense smoke or shadow, swirling and shifting constantly, but somehow maintaining that human-like form. Where its face should have been, there were just darker patches of smoke where eyes might be, no other features, just those two dark spots staring down at me. As I gulped air into my burning lungs, the thing actually laughed. It wasn't an audible sound, more like I felt the laughter in my head, mocking, cruel laughter that made my skin crawl. Then it just backed away into the wall and disappeared, like smoke being sucked into a vent. It was just gone. I sat there shaking and crying for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. My throat hurt so bad I could barely swallow. When I finally stumbled to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, I nearly screamed again. There were actual bruises forming on my neck, fingerprint-shaped bruises, and thin scratches like someone with long nails had dug into my skin. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I turned on every light in the house and sat in the kitchen with a knife next to me until sunrise. I didn't tell anyone what happened. What would I even say? Hey, a smoke monster tried to strangle me last night. They'd think I was having a mental breakdown. I told myself I just had a really intense episode of sleep paralysis combined with sleepwalking or something. Maybe I'd accidentally scratched myself in my panic. The bruises were harder to explain away, but I desperately wanted a rational explanation. The next night, I was terrified to sleep. I took a hot shower, made some chamomile tea, and eventually crawled into my actual bed upstairs around midnight. I left the TV on for light and background noise. I must have finally dozed off around 1 in the morning from pure exhaustion. And then it happened again. I woke up unable to move. Same paralysis, same inability to open my eyes, same immediate sense of dread. The room went cold again, and I just knew, it was back. I started to panic, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. "Stay calm, Emily." There was that woman's voice again, soothing but firm. "It's feeding off your fear. You need to control it." This time, I recognized the voice instantly. My grandmother. The thing is, my grandmother had died just 4 days before the first attack. We just had her funeral that Monday, and this was now Wednesday night. But it was absolutely her voice. I'd know it anywhere. The same voice that used to read me stories and sing me to sleep when I was little. "Grandma," I tried to say, but my lips wouldn't move. "Listen to me carefully," her voice continued. "You're the protector of the house now. If it kills you, everyone here will be in danger. Your sister, your parents, everyone. You need to fight it off." I didn't understand what she meant by protector of the house, but I didn't have time to wonder. The smoky presence was there again, looming over my bed. This time I could feel its hatred. It wasn't just trying to scare me, it wanted me dead. The cold hands returned to my throat, squeezing even harder than before. I couldn't breathe at all. Spots began to appear in the darkness behind my eyelids. "Fight, Emily." My grandmother's voice was desperate now. "Use the light within you. Push it away." I didn't know what light within me meant, but I focused on my grandmother's voice, on her love for me. I imagined light filling my chest, spreading through my limbs, and then, with all my strength, I managed to raise both arms and claw at the invisible force at my throat. My eyes snapped open and I saw it again, the smoke man, now right above me, its smoky hands wrapped around my neck. Its eyes were fixed on mine, and the hatred emanating from it was almost physically painful. But this time something was different. Where my hands were touching its smoky arms, it seemed to be dissipating, like steam hitting a cold window. It jerked back, away from my touch. I could breathe again, and I sucked in air greedily. The thing hovered at the foot of my bed, its form wavering like it was struggling to maintain its shape. "You don't belong here," I managed to rasp out, my voice barely a whisper through my bruised throat. "Get out of my house." The smoke man seemed to grow larger for a moment, expanding until it nearly touched the ceiling. Then it collapsed in on itself, swirling faster and faster until it was just a dark spot on the wall, which quickly faded to nothing. The door to my bedroom burst open, and my sister Julia stood there in her pajamas looking terrified. "Emily, are you okay? I don't know what I heard, but something told me to check on you." I was still gasping for breath, my hands at my throat. "You heard it too?" Julia stepped into the room, her eyes wide. "I heard Grandma's voice, clear as day, telling me you were in danger and to come right away." She looked around the room nervously, and I saw something in the hallway, like a shadow, but moving by itself, like smoke. I broke down then, sobbing as I told her everything that had happened the night before and just now. She believed me immediately, especially when she saw the fresh bruises forming on my neck, overlapping with the older ones from the previous night. We stayed up the rest of the night together, talking in hushed voices. Neither of us could make sense of what was happening or why. The only thing we knew for sure was that our grandmother had somehow protected me, us, from whatever that thing was. We decided not to tell our parents. They were still grieving Grandma's death, and we didn't want to add to their stress with something they probably wouldn't believe anyway. So we kept it between us, checking on each other every night for weeks afterward. The smoke man never came back, at least not in the same way. Sometimes I think I catch glimpses of something dark moving out of the corner of my eye, but it's gone when I turn to look. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I get that same feeling of being watched, but it never attacks again. I still don't understand what my grandmother meant about me being the protector of the house. I didn't ask for that responsibility. I don't even know what it means, or what I'm supposed to be protecting everyone from. All I know is that something evil targeted me specifically, and my grandmother somehow reached out from beyond death to help me fight it off. That was a year ago, and I still sleep with the lights on. I've researched shadow people and similar phenomena, but nothing quite matches what I experienced. Was it a demon? A ghost? Something else entirely? And why did it want me dead so badly? I'm writing this now because the anniversary of those attacks is approaching, and I'm terrified it might come back. I don't know if I can fight it off again. And I don't know if my grandmother will still be there to help me if it does. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Does anyone know what a protector of the house might be? I feel like I've been given a job I never asked for and don't know how to do. But after what happened, I can't just ignore it either. Whatever that smoke man was, it was real. The bruises on my neck were real. My grandmother's voice was real, and I'm afraid it's not finished with me yet. Story 6. I still can't believe I'm finally writing this down. It's been 14 years since we left Lilac Cottage, but I swear sometimes I still wake up thinking I'm there, heart pounding, eyes darting to the corners of my bedroom, making sure nothing's watching me from the shadows. This all happened back in 2009. I was 15 when my dad passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack. The grief hit our family like a truck, especially my mom. 6 months after his funeral, she met Richard at a support group for people who'd lost their spouses. They connected quickly, too quickly if you ask me, but I was just a kid trying to process my own grief. About 8 months after Dad died, Mom announced we were moving. Richard had found this perfect cottage in rural England. Lilac Cottage, they called it. 6 bedrooms, a massive garden, and a separate annex that had been built for elderly relatives. It was ridiculously cheap for what it was, which should have been our first warning sign. "It's just what we need," Mum kept saying. "A fresh start away from all these memories." The day we drove up to Lilac Cottage, I remember feeling this weight in my stomach. The place was beautiful on the outside, all ivy-covered stone walls and wooden beams, but something felt off. It sat alone at the end of a long driveway, surrounded by rows of tall trees that seemed to close in around it. No neighbors for at least half a mile in either direction. The estate agent was overly cheerful, talking fast as she showed us around, but I noticed how she rushed through certain rooms, particularly the annex. When Mum asked why the price was so low for such a large property, the woman hesitated before explaining that the previous owner's elderly mother had passed away in the annex. "Peacefully in her sleep," she assured us. "The family just wants a quick sale. They've moved abroad." We moved in a week later. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, facing the back garden and the annex. The first night was quiet enough, though I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was somehow aware of us. I know how that sounds, but it's the only way I can describe it. The second night, it started. I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling cold. My door was cracked open slightly, even though I distinctly remembered closing it before bed. As I stared at that crack, I saw something move past, a shadow darker than the darkness of the hallway. I convinced myself it was Richard or Mom going to the bathroom. But the third night, I heard footsteps. Clear, deliberate footsteps walking up and down the hallway outside my room. I lay frozen in bed, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. When I finally gathered the courage to check, the hallway was empty, but the floorboards were still creaking, as if someone invisible was pacing back and forth. I didn't tell Mom or Richard at first. Mom seemed happier than she'd been since Dad died, and I didn't want to ruin that. Besides, they'd probably think I was making it up to get attention, or because I was angry about the move. About 2 weeks after we moved in, I was alone in the house, while Mom and Richard went grocery shopping. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard a loud thump from upstairs, like something heavy had fallen. I stood completely still, listening. Then came the sound of footsteps, slow, dragging footsteps moving across the ceiling above me. I ran outside and waited in the garden until Mom and Richard returned. I made up some excuse about wanting fresh air, but I think Mom sensed something was wrong. That night she came to my room and sat on the edge of my bed. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "You've seemed on edge since we moved in." I couldn't hold it in anymore. I told her about the shadows, the footsteps, the cold spots that seemed to follow me around the house. I expected her to dismiss it, but instead she looked troubled. "I thought it was just me," she whispered. "I keep feeling like someone's watching me when I'm alone. And Richard says he's been having strange dreams." The next morning at breakfast, Richard tried to rationalize everything. "Old houses make noises," he said. "It's just the pipes and the wood settling." But I could tell he wasn't convinced. I caught him staring at the ceiling sometimes, listening, his body tense like he was ready to run. Things escalated about a month after we moved in. I woke up in the middle of the night, needing to use the bathroom. As I stepped into the hallway, I saw it. A figure, solid black, pacing back and forth at the end of the corridor. It wasn't just a shadow. It had dimension, substance. It moved with purpose, hands clasped behind its back like it was deep in thought. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The figure suddenly stopped and turned toward me. I couldn't see a face, but I knew it was looking at me. Then it simply faded away, like ink dissolving in water. I ran to Mom and Richard's room, hysterical. Richard turned on all the lights and checked the house, while Mom tried to calm me down. They were taking me seriously now, but still trying to find logical explanations. The next day, Richard discovered something none of us had noticed before. a bell system installed throughout the house, with a main receiver in what used to be the housekeeper's quarters. The previous owners had apparently installed it so their elderly mother could call for help from the annex. "See, mystery solved," Richard said. "Your shadow figure was probably just the old lady's caretaker doing night checks." I wanted to believe him. We all did. That night, at exactly 2:30 in the morning, the bell rang. It rang so loudly that all three of us shot out of bed. Richard went to check the system, his face pale in the dim light. "All the bells are connected to switches in different rooms," he said. "Someone would have to physically press one for it to ring." We checked every room. Every switch was untouched. No one had broken in. The annex was locked from the outside, just as we'd left it. After that night, things got worse rapidly. We'd hear knocking from the annex door when no one was there. Mom would put dishes away, only to find them all back on the counter when she turned around. Richard kept complaining about feeling someone sit on the edge of the bed when Mom was downstairs. I started sleeping with my light on, but it didn't help. I'd wake up to find tiny water droplets all over my face, as if someone had been standing over me, crying. My wardrobe doors would open by themselves while I was doing homework. The taps in the bathroom would turn on full blast when no one was in there. We tried to rationalize everything. Water pipes, house settling, wind through the cracks. But deep down, we knew better. 2 months into our stay, my grandmother came to visit. She'd been skeptical about us moving so soon after Dad's death and wanted to check on us. The moment she stepped through the front door, her face changed. She looked around with narrowed eyes, clutching her handbag to her chest. "There's something wrong with this house," she announced at dinner that first night. No preamble, no explanation, just a flat statement. Richard tried to laugh it off, but Grandma wasn't having it. She'd grown up in a small village where people still believed in the old ways, and she had what she called the sight. "Don't go into that annex," she warned me when we were alone. "Whatever's in there wants to come into the main house, but something's keeping it contained, for now." I hadn't told her about any of our experiences, and we'd never mentioned the elderly woman who died there. That night, Grandma refused to sleep upstairs. She sat up on the living room sofa and placed salt across all the doorways on the ground floor. On her third day with us, we were all sitting in the living room when a family photo flew off the wall and smashed against the opposite side of the room. It didn't fall. It literally launched itself across the space. Richard couldn't explain that away. Grandma left the next morning, refusing to stay another night. Before she went, she pulled Mom aside. I didn't hear what she said, but Mom was pale when they finished talking. That evening, Mom and Richard had their first big fight since we'd moved in. I could hear them arguing in their bedroom, Richard insisting we were all feeding into each other's imaginations, Mom demanding we find somewhere else to live. "I'm not uprooting us again because of some drafts and creaky floorboards," Richard shouted. That night something happened that finally broke Richard's skepticism. I woke up to Mom screaming. By the time I got to their room, the lights were on, and Mom was huddled against the headboard, shaking uncontrollably. Richard was trying to calm her down. Through tears, Mom explained that she'd felt hands, actual physical hands, grab her ankles and pull her down the bed. She'd felt fingers digging into her skin. When Richard turned on the light, they could both see red marks forming on her ankles. We left the next morning. We didn't pack properly, just threw essential items into suitcases and drove to a hotel 30 miles away. Richard insisted on staying behind to sort things out, claiming he needed to arrange for movers and contact the estate agent. He joined us 3 days later, looking like he hadn't slept at all. He wouldn't talk about what happened while he was alone in the house. When Mom pressed him, he just shook his head and said, "We're never going back there." Richard sold Lilac Cottage 6 months later at a massive loss. The new owners lasted less than a year before they sold it too. As far as I know, the house has changed hands 4 times since we left. I've tried researching the history of the place, but records are spotty. All I could find was that before the family with the elderly mother, the cottage had stood empty for nearly a decade after a family tragedy. No details on what that tragedy was. Sometimes I still dream about that black figure pacing in the hallway. In my dreams, I can hear it muttering to itself, planning something, and sometimes, just as I'm waking up, I feel the faintest touch of cold fingers on my face, like someone checking to see if I'm really asleep. I don't know what was in Lilac Cottage. I don't know if it was the spirit of the old woman who died there or something much older and darker. All I know is that when we fled that morning, Richard locked the annex door with 3 separate padlocks. He threw the keys into a lake we passed on our drive to the hotel. When I asked him why, he just said, "Some doors should stay closed." Story 7. I've been sitting here for almost an hour trying to figure out how to start this. I guess I should just dive in. I'm from Willow Creek, a place so small you probably couldn't find it on a map unless you were specifically looking for it. One gas station, one grocery store, everybody knows everybody's business. That kind of town. What I'm about to share has been eating at me for years. I've never told the full story to anyone outside my family because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this out somewhere, even if it's just throwing it into the void of the internet. My family has always been different. Growing up, I thought everyone's family had these weird experiences until I started mentioning them to friends at school and saw the looks they gave me. That's when I learned to keep my mouth shut. It started with my mom, Marlene. She had this thing about snakes. She'd wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, talking about seeing snakes slithering through our house. Dad would calm her down, tell her it was just a nightmare. This went on for weeks until one day Dad decided to check our attic just to ease her mind. Guess what he found? A nest of copperheads, 7 of them, living right above our bedroom. The exterminator said they'd probably been there for months. Mom's nightmares started exactly 3 days before they moved in, according to the expert's timeline. That was my first clue that something in our family wasn't normal. Then there were the apples. Mom would sit at the kitchen table for hours, drawing apples, red ones, green ones, half-eaten ones. She filled notebooks with them. Sometimes she'd look up at me while drawing and say, "Don't bite the apple, Elena. Remember Snow White? One bite and she was gone." I was 13 when she started with the apples. I laughed it off, told her she was being dramatic. 2 months later, she collapsed in our backyard while hanging laundry. The doctors called it an aneurysm. She fell into a coma, and a month later she was gone. Just like that. Like Snow White's deep sleep, except there was no waking up. After the funeral, I found all her apple drawings. On the last page she'd ever drawn, there was a bite taken out of the apple. The date on the page was the exact day she collapsed. My great-grandmother Clara had it too. In the weeks before she died, she kept telling everyone that my great-grandfather, who'd been dead for 15 years, was visiting her at night. She'd say, "He's coming to get me soon. He's waiting for me." The nurses at the home thought she was confused, suffering from dementia, but she was lucid in every other way, could tell you what she had for breakfast, the names of all her great-grandchildren, what was happening on her favorite TV shows. The morning she died, she told my aunt, "He's here now, right at the foot of my bed." She was gone by lunchtime. Then there was my dad, Robert. Not as frequent with him, but when it happened, it was intense. I remember one night when I was about 11, he suddenly doubled over during dinner, grabbing his chest. He couldn't breathe, kept saying, "Something's wrong with Michael, something's bad wrong with Michael." Michael was his cousin who lived 3 states away. 10 minutes later, the phone rang. Michael had been in a car accident. He died on impact at exactly the time Dad collapsed at our dinner table. But my own experiences, they've always been the strongest, and they started when I was just a toddler. I was 3 years old, strapped in my car seat as Mom drove us to my grandmother's house. We passed an accident on the highway. A semi had T-boned a car, crushing it so badly you couldn't even tell what kind of car it had been. just twisted metal. The emergency vehicles had just arrived. As we slowly drove past, I apparently started screaming, "That's Aunt Jenny! That's Aunt Jenny in the car!" Over and over. Mom said she tried to calm me down, telling me Aunt Jenny was fine, that we were on our way to Grandma's and we'd see Aunt Jenny there. When we arrived at Grandma's 30 minutes later, the phone was ringing. Grandma answered, then collapsed to the floor. Aunt Jenny had been in an accident. She'd been killed instantly when a semi-truck hit her car. Mom never figured out how I knew. There was no way to identify that mangled car as we passed. No way a 3-year-old could have recognized anything in that wreckage. But somehow I knew. As I got older, these feelings, or whatever you want to call them, got stronger. In 5th grade, I woke up screaming that the school bus was going to crash. Mom kept me home that day, thinking I was just anxious about a test. The bus slid on ice and rolled into a ditch. 3 kids were hospitalized. When I was 15, I had a weird feeling about the basement in my friend Lily's house. I refused to go down there for a sleepover, kept telling her something bad was in the corner behind the water heater. Her dad checked a week later when their pipe started making noise. Black mold, the whole wall. The remediation guy said we could have all gotten seriously sick if it had gone undetected much longer. The summer I turned 17, I kept dreaming about our elderly neighbor, Mr. Peterson, drowning. In my dream, he was in his bathtub, but the water was dark, almost black. I told my dad about it because it was bothering me so much. Dad checked on Mr. Peterson that afternoon and found him confused, unable to remember his own name. Turned out his carbon monoxide detector had failed, and his ancient water heater had been leaking the gas for days, another day or two, and he would have died. These aren't even all the incidents, just the ones I remember most clearly. Last year was the worst, though, the one that still keeps me up at night. I was home from college for winter break. The house was quiet, just me and Dad since Mom had passed. I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning with my heart racing, sweat soaking through my pajamas. I had this overwhelming certainty that something was in the house. Not a burglar or anything like that. Something else. Something that didn't belong in our world. I sat up in bed, trying to calm my breathing, telling myself it was just another weird dream, but then I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway. Slow, dragging footsteps, like someone was pulling a weight behind them. Dad was a heavy sleeper, and his room was at the other end of the hall, so I knew it wasn't him. Besides, these footsteps sounded wrong. The rhythm was off, like whoever, or whatever, was walking had too many legs, or legs that bent in the wrong places. I froze, unable to move or call out. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. Then the doorknob started to turn, slowly, so slowly. I couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, could only watch as the door inched open. Nothing came in, but the darkness in the hallway seemed deeper, denser somehow, like it had substance. And in that darkness, I swear, I could make out a shape, not human-shaped, more like a collection of angles that didn't make sense together. And then I heard my name, not out loud, but in my head, in my mother's voice. Elena. Don't look at it. Close your eyes. I did. I squeezed them shut so hard it hurt. The temperature in my room dropped so fast I could see my breath when I finally opened my eyes again. The door was now wide open, and that wrong-shaped darkness was inside my room, standing at the foot of my bed. I felt something cold brush against my face, like fingers, but too long, too thin. And all I could think was, this is it. This is how I die. But then I heard my mom again. Show it the apple, Elena. I had no idea what she meant, but my hand moved on its own, reaching under my pillow where I kept a small wooden apple, a Christmas ornament that had belonged to my mom. I'd taken to sleeping with it after she died. A weird comfort thing I never told anyone about. My fingers closed around it, and I held it up. I don't know why. I just did it. The cold retreated. The shape seemed to fold in on itself, collapsing into nothing. and then it was gone. I sat there shaking until morning, too terrified to move or call for Dad. When the sun finally came up, I went to his room, ready to tell him everything, but he was sitting on the edge of his bed, pale and shaking. "Did you see it too?" I asked. He nodded. "It was in my room at 3:15 exactly, standing in the corner, watching me." "What did you do?" I whispered. "I showed it your mother's wedding ring. I keep it in my nightstand. As soon as I held it up, that thing just folded up and disappeared." We searched the house. No doors or windows were open or unlocked. Nothing was disturbed. It was like nothing had happened, except both of us had seen it, felt it. That evening, we went through Mom's things, looking for any clue about what had happened. In an old journal, we found a single page where she'd written, "They're drawn to us. They always have been. They feed on our sight. Use something personal, something loved, to send them away." Dad and I talked for hours about all the strange things that had happened over the years, the premonitions, the feelings, the knowing things we shouldn't be able to know. He told me about his mother's experiences, his grandmother's. It went back generations. "Your great-great-grandmother called it the sight," he said. "She believed our family could see through the veil between worlds, not just the future or the past, but other places, other things. And sometimes those things could see us back." I still don't know what to make of any of this. Am I crazy? Is my entire family delusional? Or is there really something else going on? Something beyond normal perception? All I know is that I sleep with that wooden apple under my pillow every night now. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at college, I still hear footsteps that don't sound quite right. Still feel eyes on me that don't feel human. And sometimes, just sometimes, I still hear my mother's voice, warning me about things I couldn't possibly know. I don't know what this is. I don't know if I'm connected to something beyond this world, or if I'm slowly losing my mind. But I do know that whatever has been happening to my family for generations is happening to me too, and I'm terrified of what I might see next. Das ist so, Story 8. I still can't believe what happened to me last weekend. I've been sitting here for days trying to make sense of it all, but I just can't. I'm honestly not the type of person who believes in the paranormal or anything like that, but what Ashley and I experienced at that fairy museum in Willowdale has completely messed with my head. It was supposed to be a cute date, that's all, just something different from our usual routine. Ashley had been scrolling through one of those hidden gems travel websites and found this place advertised as a fairy museum and nature trail with peacocks. The pictures looked quirky but charming, lots of greenery, colourful little structures, and yes, peacocks. We both love weird roadside attractions, so we figured why not? We drove about an hour outside the city to reach Willowdale. It's one of those small towns that feels frozen in time. You know the type. The GPS took us down this winding country road until we reached this old family-owned gas station. The guy at the counter gave us a strange look when we asked for directions to the fairy museum. He just pointed down this small, declining hill behind the station and muttered something about that old place before turning back to his newspaper. Should have been our first warning, I guess. The entrance was unusual. Not what I expected. Instead of a proper fence, there was this makeshift border created with old tricycles and succulents planted in what looked like repurposed household items. Teapots, old boots, even a hollowed-out television. The sign was hand-painted wood, Willowdale Fairy Museum and Nature Trail, with faded peacock feathers glued around the edges. I remember joking to Ashley that it looked like someone's craft project gone wild. We parked in a small gravel lot where I counted 5 other cars. That should have meant other visitors, right? But the place felt eerily quiet for a Saturday afternoon. I paid our entrance fee at this little wooden booth, $15 each, which seemed steep for what it was, but whatever. The old woman who took our money didn't say a word, just handed us a crudely drawn map and pointed toward the main gate. As soon as we passed through that gate, we saw the peacocks. 3 or 4 of them were just wandering around freely. One spread its feathers when Ashley tried to take a picture, which was pretty cool, but something about them seemed off. They were too quiet. Don't peacocks usually make those loud calls? These ones just stared at us with those beady eyes as we walked past. The trail started off normal enough. It was clearly handmade, with uneven stepping stones and these birdhouses that were designed to look like little churches perched on posts. Every few feet, there were these small wooden signs with sayings like, "Live, laugh, love, and nature's blessings, and you are a guest here." That last one kept repeating throughout the trail, which started to feel less cute and more like a warning the further we went. About 10 minutes in, the decorations started getting weird. The trail opened up to this clearing with clusters of stone angels and cherubs. Not the cute, chubby baby angels, but these weathered, grimacing ones with blank eyes. Some were chipped or missing limbs, and they were arranged in this circular pattern that made no sense. Ashley whispered that it reminded her of those old European cemeteries. I figured it was just part of the fairy theme. Maybe the owner had a broad interpretation of what counted as magical creatures. But then we came across this section with animal heads mounted on the fence posts. Not taxidermy. These were ceramic or maybe plaster, but still incredibly detailed and realistic. Deer, foxes, rabbits, even what looked like a bear, all with these glassy eyes that seemed to follow you. The trail then led us toward what looked like a small, abandoned town or compound. A collection of old buildings, a tiny church, a schoolhouse, what might have been a general store, and a few small houses. This must have been the actual museum part. Each building was decorated like a different scene, but not in the way you'd expect. The first building we entered was set up like an old classroom, but instead of showing how schools used to be, it had these life-sized mannequins positioned in the strangest ways. One child mannequin stood facing the corner. The teacher figure was bent over a desk with its back to the room, but its head was turned completely around, looking at the door. The detail that really got to me was that all their faces had been painted with these exaggerated smiles that didn't reach their eyes. "This is getting kind of creepy," Ashley said, and I agreed. But we'd paid our money and driven all that way, so we decided to check out at least one more building. The next one was set up like someone's home. Through the window, we could see a mannequin of a woman standing by the front door, just staring out. Behind her, partially visible in the shadows, was another figure. It was positioned in a way that made it look like it was sneaking up on her. I tried the door, but it was locked. Probably for the best, honestly. The weirdest part was that between these buildings were these life-sized bronze statues of historical figures. Or at least that's what I think they were supposed to be. They weren't labeled, and they were positioned in these unnatural poses, like they were frozen mid-movement. One looked like Abraham Lincoln, but he was crouched down like he was hiding from something. By this point, I was feeling really uneasy, and I could tell Ashley was too. She was staying close to me, and her usual stream of commentary had completely stopped. I suggested we head back, but she wanted to see the end of the trail first. The map showed it was just a little bit further, ending at something called the Wishing Well Grove. As we walked deeper into the property, I started noticing how quiet it had become. Despite seeing those cars in the parking lot, we hadn't encountered a single other visitor, no staff either, except for the woman at the entrance. The only sounds were our footsteps on the gravel path and this faint crying sound in the distance. "Do you hear that?" I asked Ashley. "Yeah," she whispered. "Is it a kid, or maybe the peacocks?" I couldn't tell. It wasn't quite human, but it wasn't quite animal either. It would stop and start randomly, sometimes sounding closer, sometimes further away. About 20 minutes into our walk, I started feeling different. It's hard to explain, like a heaviness had settled over me, not physical tiredness, but this deep sense of anxiety and dread that came out of nowhere. My heart was racing, and my mouth went dry. I thought maybe I was having some kind of panic attack, but when I looked at Ashley, her face had gone pale. "Ethan," she said, her voice barely audible, "I don't feel right. Something's wrong with this place." I nodded, unable to even form words at that point. The feeling was so intense that I actually had to stop walking for a moment. That's when Ashley confessed something that sent chills down my spine. "I haven't been looking directly at any of the angel statues," she whispered. "I'm afraid they might be looking back at me, or worse, that they might not be statues at all when I'm not watching them." I wanted to tell her that was ridiculous, but I couldn't, because deep down, I'd been feeling the same thing. Every time I turned away from one of those stone figures, I had this overwhelming urge to look back quickly, like I might catch it moving. We finally reached the Wishing Well Grove, which turned out to be a small clearing with an old stone well in the center. Surrounding it were more of those angel statues, all facing inward toward the well. The well itself was covered with a metal grate that was padlocked shut. Attached to the grate was a sign that said, "Make a wish, but remember, all wishes come with a price." There was a small box next to the well with a slot on top, like a donation box. A handwritten note taped to it read, "Write your wish on the paper provided, include your full name, drop it in the box." Inside the box were small scraps of paper and stubby pencils. I picked one up out of curiosity and noticed that the paper had a faint red tinge to it, almost like it had been stained. That was when we heard the crying sound again, but this time it was coming directly from the well. It started as a soft whimper and then grew into this heartbreaking sob that sounded like it was rising up from deep below us. Ashley grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. "We need to leave," she said. "Now." I didn't argue. We turned and practically ran back down the trail. I swear it felt like the path had gotten longer somehow. Every turn just led to more trail, and none of the landmarks we'd passed on the way in looked familiar. The crying sound followed us, sometimes seeming to come from right behind us, sometimes from the trees beside the path. When we finally reached the main gate, we both let out audible sighs of relief. The woman who had taken our money was nowhere to be seen, and even the peacocks had disappeared. We hurried to our car and got in, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As we drove up the hill away from that place, the strangest thing happened. With each yard of distance, that heavy, anxious feeling started to lift. It was like physically escaping from whatever was causing it. By the time we reached the main road, I could breathe normally again, and Ashley's color had returned to her face. We drove in silence for a while, neither of us wanting to be the first to acknowledge what had happened. Finally, at a stoplight about 20 minutes away, Ashley turned to me and said, "That wasn't normal, right? That wasn't just us overreacting?" I shook my head. No, something was definitely wrong with that place. When we got home, I called my Aunt Meredith, who I remembered mentioning she'd visited some fairy museum in Willowdale a few years back. I asked her about her experience, hoping she'd validate ours. "Oh, that place," she said. "It's certainly eccentric. The owner has quite the artistic vision, a bit hodgepodge, but I thought it was creative." "But didn't you feel, I don't know, uneasy there?" I pressed. "Uneasy? No, not at all. Just thought it was a quirky little attraction." "Why? Did something happen when you visited?" I tried explaining what we'd felt, but she just laughed and said I'd always been sensitive as a child, that maybe Ashley and I had worked ourselves up after seeing a few creepy decorations. I've spent the last few days trying to find reviews or accounts from other visitors online, but there's barely anything. The few reviews I did find all describe it as charming or whimsical, nothing about the oppressive dread we experienced. I can't help but wonder if only certain people can sense what's really going on there. Like maybe some of us are more receptive to whatever energy that place gives off. The thing that still bothers me the most. When I was looking through the photos on my phone later, all the pictures I took at the museum came out blurry or distorted, except for one, a clear shot of that wishing well. And in that photo, barely visible behind the metal grate, there's what looks like a small, pale hand reaching up. I still don't know what to make of any of this. All I know is I'm never going back to the Willowdale Fairy Museum, and I've been having nightmares about those angel statues ever since. Story 9. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer when I was 12. Me and my best friend Dalton had gotten really into those ghost hunting shows. You know, the ones where they run around in night vision yelling at empty rooms. We thought it would be cool to try it ourselves. I mean, we were just kids with wild imaginations and too much free time, right? That's what I kept telling myself for years. But what happened that day at the rock pile changed everything. I thought I knew about reality. This was back in 2010. I'd just gotten an iPod Touch for my birthday, and the first thing I did was download one of those ghost radar apps. It was basically just a toy that spit out random words and blips on a radar screen, but to us, it was serious ghost hunting equipment. Dalton and I were determined to find proof of the paranormal. We started off investigating my house, this old Victorian with creaky floorboards that my mom was always saying had character. We'd walk from room to room with that stupid app, getting excited whenever it would spit out a word like cold or watch. Looking back, it was pretty silly, but we were having fun. After we'd cleared my house of any paranormal activity, meaning the app didn't do anything interesting, we moved on to the playground near our neighborhood, and eventually to these woods by the river about a half-mile from my house. There were these massive piles of rocks out there, not natural formations, but like someone had deliberately stacked them. They formed these little hills about 6 to 8 feet tall, and we'd climb up them and declare them our headquarters. That day started like any other summer day. It was hot, maybe 85 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. We'd grabbed some snacks, my iPod, and Dalton had brought his aluminum baseball bat because we sometimes hit rocks into the river when we got bored of ghost hunting. We made our way down the path we'd worn through the woods to our favorite rock pile. We were sitting on top, running the ghost radar app and asking questions like, "Is anyone here with us?" and getting nothing but random blips, when Dalton got this idea to try balancing his baseball bat on the rocks. He was always doing random stuff like that. "Dude, I bet I can make this stand up perfectly on this flat rock," he said, positioning the handle of the bat on a relatively smooth stone. I laughed as he tried a few times, the bat falling over each time. "No way, it's too rounded on the bottom." He kept trying though, and after a few attempts, something weird happened. The bat stood up, just stood there, perfectly balanced on its handle. "Holy crap, look," Dalton said, backing away with his hands up. "I didn't think that would actually work." I remember staring at it, thinking it had to be some trick. "There's no way," I said, moving closer. "You wedged it somewhere." "I swear I didn't," Dalton insisted. "Try to knock it over." So I reached out to tap the bat, expecting it to fall immediately. But when my fingers touched the aluminum, I felt resistance, like someone was holding it in place. I pushed harder, and the bat bent slightly but wouldn't fall over. "Are you messing with me?" I asked Dalton, looking at him suspiciously. "No way, man. I'm not touching it." He was standing a good 3 feet away, his hands still up. I grabbed the bat to pick it up, and that's when I felt it. The metal was ice cold. Not just cool to the touch, but freezing cold, like it had been sitting in a freezer. This was in the middle of summer, in direct sunlight after being carried around by a sweaty preteen all morning. It should have been warm. "Feel this," I said, holding it out to Dalton. "It's freezing." Dalton touched it and yanked his hand back. "What the hell? How is it so cold?" That's when we both realized we might actually be dealing with something not normal. Instead of being scared, though, we were excited. This was exactly what we'd been looking for, proof that ghosts were real. Dalton picked up a small pebble, about the size of a dime. "Hey, if there's a ghost here, can you move this rock in my hand?" We both stared at his outstretched palm, not really expecting anything to happen. But then the pebble hopped, like literally jumped up and out of his hand, landing a few feet away on the rocks. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. "No way," I whispered. "Did you see that?" Dalton's voice was shaking with excitement. I nodded, unable to speak for a second. Then I found my own pebble and held it out. "Can you do the same thing to mine?" The pebble in my palm didn't just hop, it shot out like someone had flicked it with their finger, flying at least 10 feet before disappearing between some rocks. "Dude!" Dalton was practically bouncing. "Ask it to do something else." "Okay, I looked around trying to think of something. "If you're really here, can you throw another rock?" For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then we heard it. A small pebble hitting the rocks near us. Then another. And another. Soon, little rocks were landing all around us, as if being thrown from different directions. At first it was amazing. We were laughing and asking questions, truly believing we were communicating with a ghost. But then the rocks started getting bigger, and they weren't just landing near us anymore. They were being thrown at us. "Ow!" Dalton yelped when a rock about the size of a golf ball hit his shoulder. That's when I started feeling uneasy. "Maybe we should stop," I suggested. But before Dalton could answer, we both froze in terror. About 15 feet away, lying on the ground, was a fallen tree branch, not huge, maybe 4 feet long, but thick enough that it would have taken one of us both hands to pick up. As we watched, it slowly lifted off the ground. Not like it was being picked up from one end, but like it was being raised from its center, perfectly horizontal, about 3 feet in the air. And then it flew at us. I don't remember which of us screamed first, but we both dove off the rock pile as the branch sailed through the air where we'd been sitting. It crashed against the rocks, breaking into pieces. We didn't stick around to see what happened next. We scrambled down that rock pile faster than I've ever moved in my life, and ran all the way back through the woods without looking back once. We didn't stop running until we reached my house, both of us sweaty, scraped up from branches, and completely terrified. My parents weren't home, so we locked ourselves in my bedroom trying to make sense of what had just happened. That couldn't have been real, right? Dalton was pacing back and forth. Maybe it was some older kids messing with us? I wanted to believe that, but I knew no one else had been there. "We would have seen them," I said. "There's nowhere to hide near those rocks." We spent the next hour replaying everything in our minds, trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe the bat had been balanced just right. Maybe the pebbles moved because of the way we were holding them. Maybe the branch had been disturbed by an animal we didn't see. But deep down, we both knew none of those explanations made sense. When Dalton went home that evening, I was still freaked out. I kept replaying everything in my head, wondering if we'd really made contact with something supernatural. Part of me was terrified, but another part was still curious. After dinner, I went to my room and decided to try one more experiment. I placed a water bottle on my desk and sat on my bed about 5 feet away. "If there's something here that followed me from the woods," I said out loud, feeling ridiculous but determined, "can you move this bottle?" For a long time, nothing happened. I was just about to give up when the bottle slid about an inch to the left. No draft, no vibration from a passing truck, nothing that could explain it. It just moved. My blood ran cold, but I couldn't stop. "Can you do it again?" I asked. The bottle slid another inch, then another, then it toppled over and rolled off the desk. I scrambled backward on my bed until my back hit the wall. This was happening in my bedroom, my safe space. Whatever had been at the rocks had followed me home. That's when I saw it. A dark shadow passing by my doorway, not just the absence of light, but a solid black figure, shaped like a person, walking past my open door in the hallway. But there shouldn't have been anyone there. My parents were downstairs watching TV. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't move. I just sat there staring at the empty doorway, waiting for the shadow to come back. After what felt like forever, I managed to call out, Dad? No answer. Gathering all my courage, I ran from my room, down the stairs, and into the living room where my parents were. "Did one of you just come upstairs?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. They both looked at me like I was crazy. "No," my mum said. "We've been here the whole time." I told my dad everything then, about the rocks, the bat, the branch, and now the water bottle and the shadow. I expected him to laugh it off or tell me it was my imagination. My dad was the ultimate skeptic. He didn't believe in anything supernatural, but instead, his face got really serious. He put his hand on my shoulder and looked me straight in the eyes. "Oliver," he said, using my full name, which he only did when something was important, "I need you to stop messing around with this stuff. You don't know what you're dealing with, and you could be bringing something into the house that we don't want here." I was shocked. My dad, who had always scoffed at ghost stories, was basically confirming that he believed me. That scared me more than anything else. I didn't sleep well that night, or for many nights after. Dalton and I never went back to those rock piles. We still hung out, but we didn't talk much about what happened. It was like we both silently agreed to pretend it never occurred. Years later, when I was in college, I got curious and researched the area where we used to play. Turns out, those rock piles weren't random formations. According to local historical records, that area had been an ancient Native American burial ground. The rocks were ceremonial markers, and there had been documented conflicts there. People had died on that land. I'm 25 now, and to this day, I still can't explain what happened. Was it really ghosts, some kind of energy we tapped into, or just the overactive imaginations of two 12-year-old boys? All I know is that sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I'll hear something move in another room, a book falling or a door creaking, and I'll wonder if whatever we encountered that day is still with me, watching, waiting for me to reach out again. But I never will. Some doors, once opened, can't be easily closed. Story 10. I still get goosebumps when I think about her, even after all these years. Growing up in Jackson, Mississippi in the early 90s, I was that kid who was terrified of everything. Shadows in the corners, the creaking of the house settling at night, the wind rattling the windows. It all sent me running to my parents' bedroom. My mom and dad had this massive king-sized bed that seemed like an ocean to my 8-year-old self. They'd let me sleep between them when my fear got too overwhelming, which was more often than not. My dad would grumble about it sometimes, but Mom always made room for me. "Just until she feels safe," she'd tell him, but safety was a fleeting thing for me back then. Our house wasn't particularly old or creepy, just a standard 3-bedroom ranch-style home with beige carpet and floral wallpaper that my mom had picked out. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway, across from my parents', with the living room and kitchen at the opposite end. Nothing special about it, except for my grandfather's old pendulum clock that stood in the living room. That thing was massive, almost as tall as my dad, with a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the entire house every hour. I swear that clock was haunted even before anything else happened. It was a Tuesday night in April when I first saw her. I remember because I had a spelling test the next day, and I was worried about it. I'd crawled into my parents' bed around 10 that night, claiming I had a stomachache, but really, I was just scared of being alone. Mom had stroked my hair until she fell asleep, and Dad was snoring softly on his side of the bed. I was lying there wide awake, listening to the tick-tock of Grandpa's clock echoing from the living room. It had just chimed midnight, 12 slow, deep bongs that seemed to vibrate in my chest. That's when I noticed a strange glow coming from the hallway. At first, I thought maybe Dad had left the bathroom light on. But this was different. Softer, almost yellow in color, like candlelight. I remember propping myself up on my elbows, squinting toward the doorway. That's when she appeared. She just stood there, at the foot of the bed. A tall, slender woman with the most vibrant red hair I'd ever seen. It cascaded down her shoulders in loose waves, practically glowing in the darkness. She wore a flowing yellow dress that seemed to move slightly, even though there was no breeze. In her hair, tucked behind her ear, was what looked like a hibiscus flower, bright red against her fiery hair. But her face... God, her face is what I remember most clearly. She was beautiful, but in a way that made my stomach turn. Her skin was almost translucent, too pale, and her eyes were fixed directly on me, not blinking, not moving, just staring. I sat up screaming, I mean really screaming, the kind that tears your throat raw. I shook my mum frantically, pointing at the foot of the bed, trying to form words through my hysteria. "Mom, Mom, look, there's a lady in our room." My mum bolted upright, disoriented from sleep, her hand automatically reaching for the lamp on the nightstand. The room flooded with light and Dad grumbled, rolling over with a pillow over his head. "What's wrong, baby? What lady?" Mum asked, her voice thick with sleep. "There." I pointed frantically at the foot of the bed where the woman in yellow stood, completely unaffected by the light. The lady with red hair, in the yellow dress. "She's right there, Mom, right there." Mom followed my finger, squinting, looking exactly where I was pointing, but her expression told me everything. She couldn't see her. "Honey, there's nobody there. You were having a bad dream." No, I wasn't sleeping. She's right there." I was frantic, tears streaming down my face. I couldn't understand why my mum couldn't see what was so clearly standing in our room. Dad groaned from under his pillow. "For God's sake, Ellie, go back to sleep. There's no one here." But she was there. The entire time, the woman in yellow just stood, watching me with those unblinking eyes. She didn't move, didn't speak, didn't react to my screaming or the light turning on. She just observed. I clutched my mother, burying my face in her nightgown, too terrified to look anymore. Mom held me, whispering that it was just a nightmare, that everything was okay. She kept the light on and stroked my hair until I stopped shaking. When I finally gathered the courage to peek over Mum's arm about 15 minutes later, the woman was gone, just vanished. No trace of the yellow glow in the hallway, no sign she'd ever been there. I didn't sleep at all that night. Mum dozed off eventually, her arms still wrapped protectively around me, but I stayed wide awake until the sun came up, my eyes fixed on the spot where the woman had stood. The next night, I refused to go to my own room. My parents tried to coax me, but my hysteria was so genuine that they relented. I crawled between them again, clutching my stuffed rabbit to my chest like a shield. Nothing happened that night, or the next. I started to think maybe Mom was right. Maybe it had been some vivid waking nightmare. Then 5 nights later, I heard the clock chime midnight again, and there she was, in exactly the same spot, wearing the same yellow dress, the same flower in her hair. This time, I didn't scream. I was still terrified. My whole body went cold and rigid, but something kept me from waking my parents. Maybe it was the way she was looking at me, not threatening, just curious. I pulled the covers up to my chin and whispered, "Who are you?" She didn't answer, she didn't move. She just stood there watching for what felt like forever, but was probably closer to 10 minutes. Then, like before, she simply faded away. These appearances continued, never predictable. Sometimes she'd appear 3 nights in a row, then disappear for weeks. Sometimes she'd stay for 5 minutes, sometimes nearly an hour. I never knew when to expect her, but I always recognized the signs. The soft yellow glow in the hallway, the faint scent of flowers that nobody else seemed to notice. The strangest part? After a while, I stopped being afraid of her. Don't get me wrong. Seeing a ghost or whatever she was should have traumatized me for life, but there was something almost protective about her presence. She never tried to approach the bed, never made any threatening moves. She just watched. I started talking to her during her visits. With my parents sound asleep beside me, I'd whisper to the lady in yellow, telling her about my day, my friends at school, the book I was reading. She never responded, but sometimes I swore I saw the faintest smile on her lips. My teacher says I'm good at spelling. I remember telling her one night when I was 9, I got all the words right on my test today. No response, just that eternal stare. Do you like flowers? Is that why you have one in your hair? Nothing. I kept trying. Night after night, whenever she appeared, I'd talk until my eyes grew heavy, or until she disappeared. When I was 10, we redecorated my bedroom. Mom let me pick out new wallpaper, a pattern with yellow flowers that reminded me of the lady's dress. I started sleeping in my own room more often, though I'd still run to my parents when thunderstorms hit, or after a scary movie. But the lady in yellow never appeared in my bedroom, only in my parents' room, only when I was sleeping between them, and only ever at the foot of their bed. The visits became less frequent as I got older. By 13, I might only see her once every few months. By 16, maybe twice a year. The last time I saw her, I was 17, home from a date that had gone badly. I'd crawled into my parents' bed like I used to as a child, seeking comfort. The clock chimed midnight, and there she was, looking exactly the same as the first time I'd seen her nearly a decade earlier. "I'm going to college next year," I told her quietly, careful not to wake my parents. "I probably won't be sleeping here much anymore." For the first and only time, I thought I saw her nod slightly. Then she was gone. I haven't seen her since. I'm 35 now, with kids of my own. We live in Nashville, hours away from my childhood home, though my mother still lives there, alone since Dad passed 5 years ago. I've never told my husband about the lady in yellow. How could I? It sounds crazy, even to me sometimes. Was she a ghost, a figment of my imagination, a bizarre recurring dream? I've never been sure. Last month I took my kids to visit Grandma in Jackson. The house looks smaller now, the hallways narrower, the rooms more cramped than I remember. Grandpa's clock still stands in the living room, though Mom says it doesn't keep proper time anymore. After the kids were in bed, Mom and I sat on the porch with glasses of wine. Maybe it was the nostalgia of being home, or maybe it was the wine loosening my tongue. But I found myself asking the question I'd avoided for decades. "Mom, do you remember when I was little, and I used to sleep in your bed because I was scared?" She smiled, taking a sip of her wine. "Of course, you were such an anxious child. Do you remember when I would wake you up saying I saw a woman in your room, a woman with red hair wearing a yellow dress?" The change in her expression was immediate and disturbing. The color drained from her face, and her hand trembled so badly that wine sloshed over the rim of her glass. She set it down carefully on the side table, not meeting my eyes. "Mom, I don't want to talk about that," she said, her voice barely audible. "But you remember it. You remember me seeing her. Ellie, please." There was real fear in her voice now, her eyes darting toward the house as if worried the lady might be listening. "Mom, I saw her for years, and you never believed me." She stood up abruptly, crossing her arms tightly across her chest like she was cold, though the evening was warm. "It wasn't that I didn't believe you, it was that I couldn't acknowledge it." "What does that mean?" But she shook her head firmly, already moving toward the door. "It's late. We should get some sleep." That was it. She refused to say another word about it, changing the subject whenever I tried to bring it up again during my visit. But that moment on the porch told me everything I needed to know. My 82-year-old mother, practical and no-nonsense her entire life, was terrified by the mere mention of the lady in yellow. I flew home with more questions than answers. Did Mom know who the woman was? Had she seen her too at some point? Was there some family secret I'd never been told? I'll probably never know. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I catch myself listening for the chime of a clock that isn't there, and watching the hallway for a soft yellow glow. Story 11. I've been meaning to write this down for a while, just to get it out of my system. It happened about 3 months ago, and I still can't explain it. Not sure if posting it here will help, but I need to tell someone who might understand. My roommate Tyler and I had been living in this massive 8-bedroom Victorian house for about 2 years. The place was gorgeous, but ridiculous for just 2 people. Drafty as hell in winter, and the heating bills were astronomical. Plus, we were basically using 3 rooms total and letting the rest collect dust. So when our lease was up, we decided to find something smaller. We ended up buying this little 3-bedroom ranch house together in Westbrook Heights. It was way under market value because it needed a ton of work. The previous owner was this old guy who'd moved into a nursing home 4 years ago, but refused to sell the place until recently. His son told us his dad would still visit the empty house once a week, just to chain smoke inside. When we first walked through, the nicotine stains on the walls were so thick they looked like someone had painted them sepia. The whole place reeked. But Tyler and I both saw the potential. The layout was perfect, and it had this amazing sunroom addition at the back that looked out over a pretty decent yard. We're both handy enough, and I work from home as a graphic designer, so I could put in hours during the day while Tyler was at his office job. We'd been there about 6 weeks and had already torn out the old carpets, scraped the popcorn ceilings, and repainted most of the common areas. The kitchen and bathrooms would need professional help, but we'd made solid progress on the cosmetic stuff. This particular night, it was a Wednesday in October, I was working late in the sunroom. Tyler had flown out to Denver that morning to visit his boyfriend for a long weekend, so I had the place to myself. I'd set up a temporary desk in the sunroom because it was the only space that didn't have drop cloths or tools scattered everywhere. It was around 11:30 at night. I remember checking the time because I was debating whether to call it quits or push through another hour. The sunroom has these big sliding glass doors that lead to the backyard, and I had them partially open because it was unusually warm for October, probably in the mid-60s. I was knee-deep in this logo design when I heard it. Clear as day, Tyler's voice called from the backyard. "Hey, can you come help me with this?" It was so normal, so mundane, exactly how Tyler sounds when he needs a hand carrying groceries or moving furniture. His voice has this slightly nasal quality that's very distinctive. I actually started to get up before my brain caught up and reminded me that Tyler was literally 2,000 miles away in Denver. I'd dropped him at the airport myself that morning. He'd even texted me a photo from his boyfriend's apartment a few hours earlier. I froze halfway out of my chair. The backyard was dark, except for the light spilling out from the sunroom. I couldn't see anyone out there. My first thought wasn't even supernatural. It was that someone was playing a really weird prank. Maybe someone who knew Tyler was away and was trying to lure me outside. "Hello?" I called out, not moving from my spot. Nothing. No response. No sound of movement. Just the normal night noises. Distant traffic. The hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. The house settling. I walked to the sliding door and peered out into the darkness. Our backyard isn't huge, maybe 30 feet deep before it hits the wooden fence separating our property from the neighbors behind us. There was definitely nobody visible out there. The weird thing is, I wasn't scared. Not really. It was disorienting and confusing, but I didn't feel any sense of dread or danger. If anything, I felt curious, maybe a little annoyed that my concentration had been broken. I closed the sliding door all the way and locked it. Then I went through the house and checked that all the doors and windows were locked. Everything was secure. I even peeked out the front windows to see if there was anyone suspicious hanging around, but the street was empty except for our cars and the neighbors across the way. I went back to the sunroom and tried to get back to work, but obviously my focus was shot. I kept glancing up at the darkness beyond the glass doors, expecting to see someone, but there was never anything there. After about 20 minutes, I packed up my laptop and moved to the living room to finish up. I didn't feel threatened, just distracted. I worked for another hour or so before heading to bed, double-checking all the locks again before turning in. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, or that it had been someone walking by the back fence who happened to sound like Tyler. But I knew that wasn't right. It had been his voice. Exactly his voice, coming from our backyard, asking for help with something. I didn't mention it to Tyler when he called to check in the next day. What was I going to say? Hey, I heard your disembodied voice in our backyard last night. How's Denver? So I just told him everything was fine at home and asked about his trip. When he got back on Sunday, I still didn't bring it up. We spent the next couple of weeks working on the house, and I almost managed to forget about the incident. Almost. Then one night while we were having beers after finishing the baseboards in the hallway, I casually asked, "Hey, have you ever experienced anything weird in this house?" Tyler took a long pull from his beer and gave me a look. "What kind of weird?" I shrugged, trying to keep it light. "I don't know. Anything unusual. Things moving, strange noises, that kind of thing." He set his beer down and leaned forward. "Why? Did something happen while I was in Denver?" I hesitated, then decided to just tell him. "I heard your voice in the backyard, Wednesday night around 11:30. You asked me to help you with something, except you were in Denver." I expected him to laugh it off or tell me I was working too hard. Instead, he got really quiet. "About 3 weeks after we moved in," he said slowly, "I was here alone while you were at that design conference in Chicago. It was late, maybe 1 in the morning, and I got up to get some water. I looked out the kitchen window and saw someone standing in the backyard. My stomach dropped. What did they look like? It was dark, so I couldn't see clearly, but it was definitely a man, just standing there, looking at the house. I called the police, and they came out and checked the yard, but there was no one there. No signs that anyone had been there either. No footprints in the soil, nothing disturbed. The officers thought I'd probably just seen shadows from the neighbor's security light." We sat in silence for a minute, both processing. "Do you think the house is haunted?" I finally asked. Tyler shrugged. "I don't know. I've never believed in that stuff, but it's weird, right? First I see someone, then you hear someone, hear me, when I'm not even in the state." "The thing is," I said, "I didn't feel scared when it happened. If anything, I felt comfortable, like whatever it was wasn't threatening." "Same here," Tyler admitted. "When I saw that figure, I was startled but not terrified. It didn't feel malevolent." We spent the rest of the night sharing ghost stories we'd heard over the years and researching the history of our house. We couldn't find anything dramatic, no deaths on the property, no notorious former owners. The house had been built in the 70s and had only had 3 previous owners before us. The old man who'd owned it before had lived there for nearly 40 years. The next day, I mentioned the incidents to my friend Ellie, who's into all kinds of spiritual stuff. She immediately offered to come over with sage and crystals to cleanse the energy, but I declined. Whatever was happening didn't feel negative to me. "At least put railroad spikes at the 4 corners of your property," she insisted, "and iron nails above all your exterior doors. It's traditional protection." I thanked her for the advice but didn't commit to doing it. Part of me felt like that would be an overreaction. The other part worried it might be perceived as hostile by whatever was sharing our space. Over the next few weeks, nothing else happened. We continued renovating, and life went on normally. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, especially in the sunroom at night, I find myself listening, waiting. Not out of fear, but curiosity. I still don't know what to make of what happened that night. Was it some kind of auditory hallucination? A strange acoustic phenomenon that carried someone else's voice into our yard? Or is there something more to this house? Something left behind by the old man who couldn't bear to stay away even after he'd moved out? What bothers me most isn't the possibility that our house might be haunted. It's that whatever is here used Tyler's voice perfectly to try to get my attention. It knew exactly what would make me respond, and it wanted me to come outside. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had. Would I have found nothing, like the police did when Tyler called them? Or would I have found something else? Someone else? Tyler and I have made a pact not to discuss it with other people anymore. We don't want to become the guys with the haunted house. But we've also agreed to tell each other immediately if anything else happens. I still haven't put those railroad spikes in the yard or nails above the doors. Maybe I should, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever or whoever is here isn't malicious. It just wants acknowledgement, recognition that it's still here, still part of this place it apparently couldn't bear to leave behind. For now, we're coexisting, me, Tyler, and whatever called my name with his voice on that warm October night. Our renovation is almost complete, and the house feels more like ours every day. But sometimes, especially when I'm working late in the sunroom, I catch myself glancing out at the darkened yard, half expecting to hear that familiar voice again, and I'm still not sure what I'll do if I do. Story 12. I'm still trying to process what happened to me 2 weeks ago. I've always had weird dreams, but nothing like this. I don't even know if dreams is the right word anymore. They feel like alternate lives, different realities. I know how that sounds, but please, just hear me out. For years now, I've been experiencing these incredibly realistic dreams that last for what feels like months, sometimes even years. They started happening when I was around 23, and I'm 31 now. At first, I thought everyone had dreams like this sometimes, the kind where you wake up and have to remind yourself what's real. But mine are different. They're consistent. They have rules. The worst part is how I wake up from them. Every single time, my head is pressed deep into my pillow, like someone was holding me down. My eyes are bloodshot for hours afterward, and I get this specific dull headache that doesn't respond to painkillers. It's always the same physical symptoms, which is partly why I started keeping track of these experiences. But what happened 2 weeks ago was on another level entirely. I went to sleep on a Tuesday night after a normal day at work. Nothing unusual happened before bed, just dinner, some Netflix, and scrolling through my phone until I got tired. Around 11, I turned off the lights and fell asleep pretty quickly. Then suddenly, I was living 2 years in my past. I was back in my old apartment, the one before I moved across town. I had the same job I'd had back then, the same routines. But something was off. It took me a while to figure out exactly what was wrong, but eventually I realized it was the people. Everyone I knew looked slightly wrong. My mum's eyes were a different shape, more round than almond. My dad's nose was straighter than it should be. My best friend Jake had a different laugh. My cousin Sarah's hair parted on the opposite side, and her voice was higher pitched. These weren't dramatic differences. They were subtle, the kind of changes you might not notice if you didn't know someone well. But I knew these people. I'd known them my whole life, and they were wrong. The first few days in this dream world, I thought I was just remembering things incorrectly. Maybe my memory had been playing tricks on me. But then I found old photos on my phone in this dream world, and they matched how everyone looked now, not how I remembered them. That's when I started telling people I wasn't from their world. I tried explaining to Jake first, because we've been friends since middle school. I told him everything looked the same but slightly different, that everyone I knew had these tiny changes to their appearances. "Dude, you need to cut back on the weed," he said, laughing it off. "You're freaking yourself out over nothing." I tried my parents next, thinking they'd at least listen. My mom just got this worried look on her face. "Honey, maybe you should talk to someone professional. You've been working too hard." No one believed me. The more I insisted, the more concerned they became about my mental health. So I stopped talking about it and started keeping notes instead, documenting the differences between this world and mine. That's when I noticed the birds. There were these orange birds everywhere, about the size of a kiwi fruit but with bright orange feathers and these weird stumpy wings. They hopped around parks and sidewalks like pigeons. The first time I saw one, I stopped dead in my tracks. "What the hell is that?" I asked a woman walking her dog nearby. She looked at me like I was crazy. "It's just a groundfowl. Are you okay?" Groundfowl. I'd never heard that word in my life. Later that day, I asked Jake about them. "The orange birds, they've always been here, man. They're all over the place. He gave me that concerned look again. Seriously, are you feeling all right? I googled groundfowl and found pages of information about these birds that supposedly had always existed. According to Wikipedia, they were native to North America and had adapted to urban environments in the late 1980s. There were conservation efforts to protect them, children's books featuring them, even local festivals celebrating them. But I had never seen one before in my life. For what felt like months, I lived in this altered reality. I went to work, hung out with friends, called my parents on Sundays, trying to act normal while feeling completely disconnected from everything around me. The longer I stayed, the more differences I noticed. Coffee shops on corners where I remembered restaurants. Movies that never existed in my world. Minor celebrities who were major stars here. Then came the day with Megan, a friend from college who I still kept in touch with. In this world, we were taking some continuing education classes together at the local community college. She caught me after class one day, looking frazzled. "Elijah, I need a huge favor," she said, pulling me aside. "I finally got an interview at Davidson and Klein, but it's scheduled during our statistics exam next week. Is there any way you could, take it for me? The professor never checks IDs, and we look similar enough from a distance." I was shocked. The Megan I knew would never ask something like this. She was almost annoyingly ethical about academics. "I've been practicing my introduction for days," she continued, not waiting for my answer. She started reciting, "My name is Megan Taylor. I graduated summa cum laude from Jefferson State with a degree in marketing and communications. During my 3 years at Westfield Insurance, I increased client retention by 27% through implementation of a new customer outreach program." She went on for another minute, then looked at me expectantly. I don't remember what I said. Probably something non-committal. I was too busy thinking about how wrong this all felt. That night in the dream, I went to sleep in my bed, and then suddenly woke up in my real bedroom, gasping for air. It was 3:17 in the morning. My head was pressed deep into the pillow, my eyes burning. The familiar headache was already settling in behind my temples. I sat up for 2 hours, trying to process everything. It had felt like I'd lived nearly 5 months in that other world. I wrote down everything I could remember, especially the weird details about the orange birds and Megan's interview speech. I was afraid I'd forget the specifics if I didn't record them immediately. Around 5:30 in the morning, exhaustion finally won out, and I fell back asleep, and then I was back, but not where I'd left off. I was even further in the past, maybe 6 or 7 months before my previous dream experience. I was in my old apartment again, but some furniture was different. The season was different too. It had been fall before, now it was early spring. The realization hit me like a truck. I was time traveling within this alternate reality. I had gone backward. The weird birds were still there. The slightly wrong-looking people were still there. But now I had knowledge of what was coming. I tried again to tell people I wasn't from their world. No one believed me, just like before. But this time, I had an advantage. I knew things that hadn't happened yet. When I ran into Megan on campus, months before she would ask me to take her exam, I decided to try something. We were leaving the cafeteria, and I pulled her aside. "Hey, random question," I said, trying to sound casual. "Have you ever heard of Davidson and Klein?" Her eyes widened slightly. "The marketing firm? Yeah, they're like my dream job. Why?" "Just curious," I said. Then, on impulse, I recited, "My name is Megan Taylor. I graduated summa cum laude from Jefferson State with a degree in marketing and communications. During my 3 years at Westfield Insurance, I increased client retention by 27% through implementation of a new customer outreach program." I repeated her entire interview introduction, word for word, exactly as she had told it to me in what was now her future. The color drained from her face. She grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in painfully, and pulled me across the hallway into an empty classroom. She slammed the door shut and locked it behind us. "How do you know that?" she whispered, her voice shaking. "I just wrote that last night. I haven't shown it to anyone." I tried to explain about the dreams, about living in the future and coming back. I expected her to think I was crazy like everyone else. Instead, she said, "You're one of them, aren't you? A visitor." My heart nearly stopped. "A what?" She glanced nervously at the door, then back at me. "Listen carefully. I'm not supposed to talk about this. I'm part of a research committee, a secret one. We study people like you, people who remember things they shouldn't, people who insist they're from somewhere else." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "There are others like me?" She nodded. "Not many, maybe a dozen that we know of. They all describe the same thing, waking up in a world that's almost the same but slightly different. They all notice the ground fowl first, for some reason." "Who's we?" I asked. "Who's studying this?" "I can't tell you that," she said. "But I need to know everything. How long have you been experiencing this? How many times have you crossed over? Do you always go back to the same point in your original world?" She fired questions at me faster than I could process them. "I need answers," she said urgently, gripping my shoulders. "Before you disappear." "Disappear? What do you mean And just like that, I was awake in my bed again, 3:22 in the morning, head forced back into the pillow, bloodshot eyes, that same distinctive headache. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't had another one of these dreams since then. But I can't stop thinking about what Megan said. A research committee studying visitors from other realities. People like me who notice the same differences. And what did she mean about disappearing? I've tried to convince myself it was just an elaborate dream, but it felt so real, and the physical symptoms when I wake up, they're too consistent, too specific to be coincidence. I'm writing this all down because I don't know what else to do. I'm afraid to tell anyone in real life because I know how it sounds, but I'm also afraid of going to sleep each night, not knowing if I'll wake up somewhere else entirely. What if next time I can't get back? Story 13. I've been at Westbrook University for 3 weeks now, and I'm seriously starting to question my decision to live on campus. At first, I thought it was just normal new place jitters or stress from starting my junior year after transferring, but now I'm not so sure. Let me back up. The housing here is set up in these blocks they call chairs. Weird name, I know. There are 4 chairs total, 2 on the bottom floor and 2 on top. Each chair has 5 bedrooms and 2 common spaces that we all share. I moved in first, about 3 weeks ago, before any of my roommates arrived. I was excited to get first pick of the rooms and have some time to settle in before the place got busy. From the moment I walked in, something felt off. I can't really explain it, but the air felt heavy, like when you walk into a room where people have just been arguing. That first night I barely slept. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. Not just the typical new place feeling, but like there were actual eyes on me. I'd look around my room and see nothing, but the sensation wouldn't go away. I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Old buildings just have a vibe sometimes, right? But it got worse. During that first week, I'd be sitting at my desk studying, and I'd get this overwhelming feeling that someone was standing right behind me. I'd spin around in my chair so fast I almost gave myself whiplash, but no one was ever there. Just an empty room, and that same heavy air. The second week, my first roommate moved in, Jess. She's nice enough, keeps to herself mostly. I was relieved to have someone else in the apartment, thinking maybe I wouldn't feel so watched. But that's when things started getting really weird. It was around 7 in the evening, already dark outside because of how early the sun sets here. I was alone in the common area while Jess was out at some club meeting. I was just sitting on the couch scrolling through my phone when I felt that familiar sensation crawl up my spine. When I looked up, I swear to God, there was someone standing in the hallway, not fully visible, more like a tall, dark shadow just watching me. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and it didn't move like a normal shadow. It seemed solid, with definition, but completely black. I froze. My whole body went cold. I couldn't even scream. And then, when I blinked, it was gone. Just vanished. But the feeling of being watched remained, stronger than ever. The next night, the same thing happened. I was washing dishes in the kitchen, and I caught movement in my peripheral vision. When I turned slightly, I could see the same tall figure standing behind me, reflected in the window above the sink. I spun around, heart pounding, but again, nothing there, just empty space, and that heavy, oppressive feeling. This kept happening, always around the same time in the evening when it was dark outside. I'd see this figure peering from the hallway into my bedroom, or standing in the corner of the living room, or lurking in the doorway while I was in the bathroom. Always in my peripheral vision, and always disappearing the moment I tried to look directly at it. I started avoiding being alone in the apartment. I'd stay at the library until it closed, then rush back and go straight to my room, keeping the lights on until I eventually passed out from exhaustion. I considered telling Jess, but what would I say? Hey, I think our apartment has a tall shadow person who likes to watch me. She'd think I was insane. Then something even stranger happened. I was sitting at the dining table working on a paper when I saw what looked like a cat walk across the living room. It wasn't just a vague shape. It was detailed enough that I could make out the silhouette of ears, tail, and legs. It looked so real that I actually got up to check if someone's pet had somehow gotten into our apartment. I followed it behind the couch, but when I looked, there was nothing there, not a trace. No way for a real cat to have escaped. This happened again 2 days later. Same cat silhouette, same disappearing act. By this point, I was seriously questioning my sanity. Was I hallucinating from stress? Not getting enough sleep? I started researching the history of the building, thinking maybe there was some tragic event that happened here, but found nothing unusual. By the 3rd week, 2 more roommates had moved in, Madison and Tyler. With the apartment fuller, I felt a bit safer. The shadow figure seemed to disappear whenever other people were around. I no longer saw it lurking in corners or watching from doorways when my roommates were home. But the moment I was alone, even if they just stepped out for a few minutes, that feeling of being watched would return instantly. The air would get heavy, and I'd know it was there, even if I couldn't see it. The weird thing is, the presence doesn't feel malicious. That sounds crazy, I know, but it doesn't seem like it wants to harm me. It just wants to observe, which honestly might be worse. What does it want? Why me? I asked Madison and Tyler if they'd noticed anything strange, trying to be casual about it. They both said no. Everything seemed normal to them. I even checked with the roommates living directly above us, but they looked at me like I was crazy when I asked if they'd experienced anything unusual. The nights are the worst. Around 12:30, almost on the dot every night, I'll hear thuds coming from the kitchen. Not loud crashes, but the sound of something solid making contact with the countertops or floor. Sometimes I hear what sounds like footsteps, but not normal ones, more like something dragging itself across the floor. I've gotten up to check a few times, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I never find anything out of place. Another thing that's been bothering me is that I've stopped dreaming, or at least stopped remembering my dreams. Before moving here, I always had vivid dreams that I could recall in detail the next morning. Now, nothing. Just blank spaces of sleep, except I'm not sure I'm actually sleeping well at all. I've been waking up drenched in sweat, my sheets and blankets twisted around me like I've been thrashing all night. My pillows end up on the floor, and sometimes I find bruises on my arms or legs that I can't explain. Last night was the worst so far. I was alone in the apartment. Everyone else had gone to some party, but I stayed behind to catch up on readings. Around 7, I started feeling that familiar sensation of being watched. I tried to ignore it, turning up my music and focusing on my textbook, but the feeling got stronger and stronger until I couldn't concentrate at all. Then my music suddenly cut out. I checked my phone. It was fully charged, no reason for it to stop. I looked up and nearly screamed. The shadow figure was standing directly across the room from me, not in my peripheral vision this time, but right in front of me. It was so dark, it seemed to absorb the light around it. I couldn't make out any features, no face, no clothing, just a tall, human-shaped void. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. We just stared at each other for what felt like eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then it took a step toward me. I finally found my voice and screamed, stumbling backward and knocking over my chair. The figure stopped, seemed to tilt its head like it was curious, then faded away right before my eyes. I ran to my room and locked the door, pushing my desk in front of it for good measure. I stayed there until my roommates came home hours later, too terrified to come out, even when I heard those familiar thuds from the kitchen. This morning, I considered talking to the resident advisor. But what would I say? I have no proof, no explanation for what's happening. The logical part of me wants to believe it's just stress or an overactive imagination, but the rest of me knows what I saw was real. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to move off campus, and it's too late in the semester to request different housing. I'm trapped here with whatever this is. The worst part is not knowing what it wants from me. Is it just curious? Is it trying to communicate something? Or is it building up to something worse? Right now, I'm sitting in the campus library, putting off going back to my apartment for as long as possible, but they close in 20 minutes, and then I'll have no choice. My roommates mentioned they're going out again tonight, which means I'll be alone there. Again. I've started keeping a detailed log of every incident, taking photos of my room before I go to sleep, and when I wake up to document the disarray. I've even set up a voice recorder on my phone to capture any sounds during the night. I need evidence, something to prove to myself and others that I'm not losing my mind. Part of me wonders if the building was built on something significant, or if someone died here in the past. I've been too afraid to ask the older students or staff. I don't want rumors spreading about me, but I need answers. For now, all I can do is try to make it through each day and each night, hoping that whatever is watching me continues to keep its distance. The library's announcing closing time now. I have to go back. My hands are shaking just thinking about it. I'll update if anything changes, or if I figure out what this thing is. If anyone has experienced something similar or has advice, please let me know. I'm desperate for help, for answers, for anything that might make this stop. Story 14. I never thought I'd be the person writing one of these posts. I used to read them and think people were just being dramatic or making stuff up for attention. But after what's happened these past few weeks, I need to tell someone. I don't know what to do anymore, and maybe writing it all down will help me make sense of it. I'm 22 and finally moved out of my parents' place about a month ago. Found this apartment in Riverview Heights. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom on the 3rd floor of an older building. The rent was reasonable, and I was so excited to have my own space. No more dad asking where I'm going. No more mom commenting on how late I stay up. Just freedom, my own rules, my own life. The first couple weeks were amazing. I painted the living room this soft sage green color, hung up string lights, and bought a bunch of plants. I'd stay up until 3 in the morning watching horror movies, ironic now, without anyone telling me to go to bed. I even adopted this little succulent and named him Fred. It was everything I'd imagined independence would be. Then, about 2 weeks in, things started getting weird. It was small at first. I'd put my keys on the kitchen counter when I got home from work, and the next morning they'd be on the floor by the front door, or I'd leave a book on my nightstand and find it on the couch. I blamed it on being tired or forgetful. I was adjusting to living alone and working full-time. It made sense that I'd be a bit scattered. But then I came home from a late shift last Tuesday, and every single cabinet in my kitchen was open. Every single one. Not just ajar, but fully open, like someone had gone through systematically opening them all. I know I didn't leave them like that. I'm positive. I called my mum, freaking out, and she said the building was old and maybe the cabinets just don't stay closed properly. I tried to believe her. I wanted to believe her, but I checked and they all close fine. They don't swing open on their own. 3 nights after that, I woke up around 2 in the morning with this feeling that something was wrong. You know that sensation when you just know you're not alone? It was like that, but worse. I opened my eyes and saw that my closet door was open. I always keep it closed because the hinges squeak and it drives me crazy. But there it was, standing wide open, with this perfect rectangle of darkness inside. As I stared at it, trying to convince myself to get up and close it, I heard it, breathing, soft, raspy breathing, coming from inside my closet. It wasn't regular or rhythmic. It would stop for several seconds, then start again with this wet, dragging sound. I couldn't move. I just lay there clutching my blanket, staring at that black space and listening to whatever was in there breathing. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep from pure exhaustion, because when I woke up in the morning, the closet door was closed again. I told myself I'd dreamed it. Stress from the new job, new place. It was nothing. Then last Friday happened. I'd gone to bed early because I was exhausted. Around midnight, I woke up to a noise coming from under my bed. At first, it was just a low creaking sound, like weight shifting on old floorboards. I froze, not even breathing, just listening. The creaking stopped, and for a second I thought I was just being paranoid again. That's when I heard the scream. It wasn't loud. It was like someone was trying to scream but couldn't get enough air. This choked, gurgling sound that didn't sound human but didn't sound animal either. It came from directly beneath me under my mattress, and I swear I felt something press up against the bottom of my bed. I couldn't move for what felt like hours. My whole body was cold and numb with fear. When I finally managed to grab my phone and turn on the flashlight, I forced myself to look under the bed. There was nothing there, just dust and a sock I'd lost. But the floor looked wrong somehow. The shadows didn't fall the way they should have. They seemed to move even when my light was steady. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat up in bed with all the lights on until morning, jumping at every little sound. The night after that was when I first saw it. The figure. I'd taken a sleeping pill because I was desperate for rest. I woke up around 3 in the morning, needing to use the bathroom. As I sat up, I noticed my bedroom door was open. I'd closed it before bed, and there was someone standing in the doorway. It was just a dark silhouette, completely still. I couldn't make out any features. It was like a person-shaped hole in reality. It didn't move, it didn't seem to breathe, it just stood there watching me. I convinced myself I was still half asleep and seeing things. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, but when I looked again, it was still there. I reached for my phone to use as a light, and in that split second of looking away, it vanished. I searched the whole apartment with the lights on. Nothing. The next night, I saw it again. Same spot in the doorway. Only this time it seemed closer, like it had taken a step into my room. I started locking my bedroom door after that. It gave me some small comfort, even though deep down I knew a lock probably wouldn't stop whatever this was. Tuesday morning, I woke up to find my door wide open. The lock was broken, like someone had forced it. There were faint wet footprints on the hardwood floor leading from the door to the side of my bed. They weren't full footprints, more like damp patches in the shape of toes and the ball of a foot. By the time I got up the courage to touch one, they were almost dry. That same morning, I found an old hairbrush on my bathroom sink. It was nothing like mine. It was this ancient-looking thing with a cracked wooden handle and bristles clogged with tangled dark hair. It felt damp to the touch, like it had been pulled out of water recently. The hair in it was long and black. Mine is shoulder-length and blonde. I threw it in the trash immediately, then left for work. When I came home that evening, the brush was back on the sink. The hair in it looked wetter than before. I started hearing whispers a few days ago. They come from inside the walls, usually at night, but sometimes during the day too. They're just quiet enough that I can't make out what they're saying, but loud enough that I know they're there. It's like someone is having a conversation just on the other side of the drywall, but the words are muffled. Sometimes it sounds like my name, over and over. Yesterday, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed an overnight bag and went to stay with my friend Megan. I didn't tell her everything, just that my apartment was having plumbing issues and I needed a place to crash. She set me up in her guest room, and for the first time in weeks, I felt safe until I woke up at 4 in the morning to her cat hissing at the corner of the room. He was all puffed up, back-arched, staring at the empty space between the dresser and the wall. I turned on the light and saw them, wet footprints leading from the door to the side of the bed where I was sleeping. They stopped right next to my pillow. Megan didn't see them. She thought her cat was just being weird, and the floor was dry by the time she came in. But I know what I saw. I went back to my apartment today. I don't know why. Something was pulling me back, like I needed to be there. As soon as I walked in, I felt it, this heavy, watching presence. The air felt thick and damp, hard to breathe. When I went into the bathroom to splash water on my face, there was writing in the condensation on the mirror. "Don't fight it," it said. Just those 3 words. There was no condensation anywhere else in the bathroom, just on the mirror where the message was. It's getting stronger. Whatever is in here with me, it's getting more powerful. And I think it wants me. I tried to leave again this morning. I packed a bag, called my parents to say I was coming home for a bit. But when I got to my car, it wouldn't start. The battery was completely dead, even though it was fine yesterday. I called an Uber, but they never showed up. I tried to walk to the bus stop, but halfway there I got this overwhelming feeling of dread and nausea. My vision started going black around the edges, and I couldn't breathe. I had to turn around and come back to the apartment. As soon as I walked back through the door, the feeling lifted. I could breathe again. I think it wants me to stay here. The figure was at the foot of my bed last night. Not in the doorway, not across the room. Right there, inches from where I lay. I could hear it breathing. I could smell it like wet earth and something metallic. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. I can hear the whispers getting louder. The footprints are all over the apartment now. Not just at night, but appearing while I'm sitting right here. I watched one form next to me on the couch earlier, the wood darkening with moisture in the shape of a foot. I think it's claiming this place, claiming me. I don't know if I'm going to be able to leave. I don't know if I'll even want to soon. There's this part of me that's starting to feel like maybe I should just accept it. Maybe fighting is making it worse. The bathroom mirror is fogging up again. I can see it from where I'm sitting. Letters are appearing in the condensation. I need to go see what it wants to tell me this time. Story 15. I still don't know if I should be sharing this. Even typing it out makes my hands shake a bit. But after sitting with these experiences for almost 4 years now, I feel like I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has dealt with something similar or can offer some explanation beyond what my rational mind keeps rejecting. I worked as a correctional officer for nearly 8 years, starting in Texas before transferring to Michigan. I was always the pragmatic type, the guy who rolled his eyes when co-workers talked about ghosts or prison hauntings. You hear a lot of that talk in these old facilities, especially during night shift when everyone's trying to stay awake. I'd always attribute strange sounds to the building settling or inmates playing games. But what happened to me changed everything I thought I knew about reality. My first unexplainable experience happened about 6 years ago while working night shift at an intake facility in Texas. I was paired with Bill, an older CO who'd been there for 20-something years. Around 3 in the morning, That dead time when even the most restless inmates usually settle down, we both heard loud, deliberate banging coming from the isolation section. It wasn't the usual kicking or yelling you get from inmates. This was rhythmic, almost mechanical. "What the hell is that?" I asked, already reaching for my radio. Bill barely looked up from his crossword puzzle. "Oh, that's just Marcel." I stared at him, waiting for more explanation. When none came, I asked, "Who's Marcel?" "Choked to death on commissary food back in 2002, isolation cell 4. He does this sometimes." Bill said it so matter-of-factly, like he was telling me about a leaky pipe. I laughed, thinking he was messing with the new guy. Right, very funny. But Bill didn't laugh back. He just shrugged and said, "Go check it out if you want. I'll man the desk." Something about his complete lack of concern made my skin crawl, but I wasn't about to let him think I was scared. The isolation section wasn't visible from our officer station. You had to walk down a short hallway with 6 cells, 3 on each side. As I approached, the banging got louder. It was coming from cell 4, just like Bill said. When I reached the cell, I nearly jumped out of my skin. The solid metal door was shaking violently in its frame, like someone was repeatedly slamming their body against it. But here's the thing. Isolation cells have small windows, so officers can check on inmates without opening the door. I looked through the window, and the cell was completely empty. I stood there frozen, watching this heavy metal door, the kind that takes significant force to move, rattling on its hinges with no one touching it. After maybe 15 seconds, it suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I hurried back to the officer station, trying to come up with some rational explanation. Maybe there was some kind of ventilation issue causing pressure changes. Maybe someone in an adjacent cell was causing vibrations. Bill just smiled knowingly when I returned. "Told you," was all he said. I tried to brush it off, focusing on paperwork for the next hour. Around 4:30, I had to do another round. I reluctantly approached cell 4 again, this time with my flashlight ready. The cell was still empty, but when I shined my light on the window, my blood ran cold. There was a perfect handprint steamed onto the glass from the inside. A large man's hand, with long fingers. The condensation was fresh, droplets still forming and running down the glass. I radioed Bill, who sighed and came down to see it. "Yeah, that happens too," he said, completely unfazed. "It'll be gone by morning shift." Sure enough, when I checked before clocking out, the handprint had vanished. I convinced myself there must be some explanation, maybe temperature fluctuations or some weird property of the glass. I didn't want to believe what Bill was implying. A few months later, I was moved to a different unit in the same facility. One night around 2 in the morning, I was monitoring the security cameras when I noticed something odd. There was a figure sitting at one of the tables in the day room, which should have been impossible since all inmates were locked in their cells after 10 p.m. I peered through the window directly into the day room, and it was completely empty. When I looked back at the monitor, the figure was still there. I zoomed in and could make out what looked like an inmate in standard issue whites, just sitting calmly at the table, hands folded. My first thought was that someone had escaped their cell, so I immediately radioed for backup and grabbed my pepper spray. 2 other officers arrived within minutes, and we did a full sweep of the day room. Nothing, every cell was secure, every inmate accounted for. When we returned to the officer station, I rewound the security footage to show them what I'd seen. We all watched as the figure sat motionless for about 20 minutes. Then slowly, and I mean unnaturally slowly, faded away until the chair was empty. One of the officers, a veteran named Marcus, just shook his head. "That's why I requested day shift," he muttered before walking out. That same night, something else happened that I still can't explain. We kept a yellow wet floor sign in a supply closet that stayed locked. 3 times during my shift, I found that sign sitting in the middle of the hallway. Each time, I checked the closet, still locked, and put the sign back inside, making sure the door was secure. After the third time, I was starting to get angry, thinking one of the other officers was messing with me. I put the sign away again and stationed myself where I could see the closet door, determined to catch whoever was doing it. 20 minutes later, while I was staring directly at the closet, I heard a scraping sound. The sign inside the closet tipped over. I could hear it hit the floor, and then the door rattled. I immediately checked, and the door was still locked. When I opened it, the sign was gone. A second later, I heard another sound from down the hall. The sign was sliding, not falling, but sliding across the floor as if someone was dragging it. After those experiences, I requested a transfer, eventually landing at Michigan's oldest operational prison, built in 1877. If I thought the Texas facility had creepy vibes, this place was on another level. The main building is this massive stone structure with wings branching off like a cross. Some sections had been condemned and closed off for decades. I'd been there about 3 months when I had my first encounter. I was working the midnight shift in the oldest cell block, a 5-tier monstrosity with cells smaller than most bathroom stalls. Around 2:15 a.m., I heard banging coming from a heavy metal door at the end of the block. This door led to one of the condemned sections, padlocked and sealed with an area closed, do not enter sign. The banging was insistent. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, pause. It went on for several minutes. Protocol said I should investigate any unusual sounds, but something kept me rooted to my chair. Finally, I radioed my supervisor, who said he'd send someone to check it out with me, but it would be at least 15 minutes. The knocking continued, becoming more urgent. Against my better judgment, I decided to at least approach the door. As I got closer, the knocking stopped, but I could hear what sounded like scratching from the other side. I called out, "This is Officer Sullivan. Identify yourself." No response, just more scratching. I got within about 5 feet of the door when a blast of freezing cold air hit me. It wasn't just cool. It was bone-chilling, like opening a freezer. The air raised the hair on my arms and made my breath visible in front of me, even though it was July and the rest of the building was uncomfortably warm with no air conditioning. I took a step back, and that's when I felt it, a presence behind me. I didn't see anything when I spun around, but the sensation was unmistakable, like when you know someone's staring at you. I hurried back to my post, trying to calm my racing heart. When my supervisor's voice came over the radio, asking if everything was all right, I lied and said the noise had stopped. After returning to my desk, the TV in the officer's station, which normally played static security camera feeds, began rapidly flipping through channels on its own. It cycled through every input before stopping on static, the volume slowly increasing until the white noise was almost painful. I hit the power button repeatedly, but it wouldn't turn off until I finally unplugged it from the wall. My most terrifying experience happened about 6 months after that. My colleague James and I were assigned to check the emergency exit routes through the old tunnels that run beneath the prison. These tunnels connected all the buildings and were originally used to transport supplies, but most sections had been abandoned for decades. We were given a map and told to verify that all exit paths were clear. The tunnels were dimly lit by ancient bulbs spaced too far apart, creating pools of light surrounded by darkness. We had our flashlights, but the beams seemed swallowed by the thick shadows. About 20 minutes into our inspection, we came across an unmarked door that wasn't on our map. It was heavy iron with a simple latch, no lock. James, being the more curious type, suggested we check it out. "Not our assignment," I said, already feeling uneasy. "Come on, man. When are we going to get another chance to explore down here? Administration never lets anyone in these tunnels." Against my better judgment, I agreed. The door opened to a narrow staircase leading down to what turned out to be one of the original segregation units from the 19th century. The cells were tiny, barely big enough for a grown man to lie down in, with solid doors and just a small slot for passing food through. As we walked through this forgotten place, James's flashlight began to flicker. batteries must be dying," he muttered, smacking it against his palm. The light stabilized briefly before going completely dead, leaving us with just my flashlight. That's when we heard it. Footsteps, running toward us from the darkness ahead. Not the measured steps of a person walking, but something moving on all fours, nails or claws scraping against concrete. The sound echoed off the walls, making it impossible to tell exactly where it was coming from or how close it was getting. We turned and ran, the sounds growing louder behind us. I swear I could feel hot breath on the back of my neck as we scrambled up the stairs. James was ahead of me, and when he reached the door, he shoved it open and we burst through. I slammed it shut behind us, both of us gasping for breath in the relative safety of the main tunnel. "What the fuck was that?" James wheezed, bent over with his hands on his knees. Before I could answer, I noticed 3 long scratches on his forearm, slowly beading with blood. They weren't deep, but they looked like claw marks. 3 perfect parallel lines running from his elbow toward his wrist. James hadn't noticed them until I pointed them out. His face went pale. I didn't hit anything when we were running. I would have felt it. We finished our inspection in record time and reported back without mentioning the unmarked door or what happened behind it. James got the scratches cleaned at the infirmary, telling the nurse he caught his arm on a metal edge in the tunnels. 2 days later, James requested a transfer to another facility. We never really talked about what happened, but sometimes when our shifts overlapped, I'd catch him staring at his arm where the scratches had been. I quit 6 months after that. Told everyone it was for better pay at a manufacturing job, but the truth is, I couldn't handle being in that prison anymore. I felt watched all the time, especially in the older sections. Sometimes I'd hear my name whispered when no one was around, or catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. I still don't have explanations for what I experienced. I've tried researching the history of both facilities, looking for inmates who died in the circumstances described by my co-workers, but records are spotty and often sealed. What I do know is that something exists beyond what we can explain, and it seems to be drawn to places of suffering and confinement. I still have nightmares about that thing in the tunnels, about what might have happened if we hadn't made it through that door. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and swear I can hear 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks coming from somewhere in my house. Story 16. I've been hesitating to write this down for a while now. It's not something I talk about much, and honestly, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened about 3 years ago when I was visiting my mom in New Hampshire. I'd moved away for college, but I try to visit her a few times a year since she still lives in our hometown. It was late October. The weather was getting colder, and the leaves were changing, typical New England fall. That particular day we were running errands, and our last stop was this small local store called Murphy's. It's one of those places that's been around forever, the kind where they know most customers by name and still write down orders on paper instead of using computers. My mom actually worked there for about 8 years when I was growing up, so I spent a lot of time hanging around there as a kid. I knew pretty much everyone who worked there, at least the long-timers. Mom was feeling tired, so she stayed in the car while I ran in to grab a few things. She just needed some milk, bread, and a prescription that was ready for pickup. Nothing unusual about any of this. I remember chatting with Diane at the register. She'd been working there since I was like 10, and she asked how college was going. Normal, everyday stuff. I didn't realize until later that this day was actually the 20-year anniversary of her ex-boyfriend's death. His name was Mike, but everyone called him Rusty because of his reddish hair. He died in a motorcycle accident before I was born. Mom never talked about him much, but I knew he was important to her at one point. They dated in high school and for a couple years after. I only knew about him because I'd found some old photos once, and Mom told me a little about him and how he died. I never saw clear pictures of his face though, just distant group shots where you couldn't make out details. Anyway, I finished up in the store, paid for everything, and headed back to the car. It was around 6 in the evening, already dark because of the season. The parking lot had those yellowish lights that don't really illuminate much. As I approached our car, I noticed someone sitting in the passenger seat next to my mom. I could see a figure through the window. A man, it looked like. My first thought was that one of the employees had come out to say hi to Mom while I was inside. Like I said, she knew everyone there. The car was about 20 feet away, and I couldn't see clearly who it was through the foggy windows, but I could definitely make out a person's silhouette. I wasn't alarmed at all. I just assumed it was probably Dave or Tom, two of the guys who'd worked with Mom back in the day, so I kept walking toward the car, shopping bag in hand. But as I got closer, maybe 10 feet away, something felt off. Mom wasn't turning to talk to whoever was sitting there. She was just staring straight ahead, both hands on the steering wheel, like she was waiting for me. I thought that was weird, but I figured maybe they'd finished talking and the person was about to get out. I slowed down, expecting the passenger door to open, but it didn't. The figure just sat there, completely still. When I got to the car, I bent down to look through the passenger window, thinking I'd wave at whoever it was. That's when I realized no one was there. The seat was empty. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. I was certain I'd seen someone sitting there just seconds before. It wasn't a shadow or a reflection. It was a person. A man with broad shoulders, sitting upright in the seat. My heart started racing. I stood there for a second, completely confused, before I opened the back door and got in. As I slid into the seat, I felt this blast of ice-cold air pass right through me. It was like walking into a freezer, but the cold went through me, not around me. I actually gasped out loud. "You okay, honey?" Mom asked, looking at me in the rearview mirror. I couldn't tell her what I'd just seen. It sounded crazy even to me. So I just mumbled something about the cold and handed her the grocery bag. As we pulled out of the parking lot, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The cold feeling had disappeared as quickly as it came, but I was still shivering. I needed to figure out if I was losing my mind or if something else was going on. "Mom, were you just talking to anyone from the store?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She glanced back at me, looking confused. "No. Why? I've been sitting here the whole time." "Did you have the air conditioning on?" I asked. She gave me an even stranger look. "In October, no, I had the heat on low." That confirmed it. Whatever I'd experienced wasn't normal, but I didn't want to freak her out, so I dropped it. We drove home in silence, but my mind was racing the entire time. I kept looking at the empty passenger seat, half expecting to see someone appear there again. For months, I didn't tell anyone what happened. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light, something like that, but I couldn't shake the memory of that figure or the ice-cold sensation that passed through me. About 6 months later, I was home for spring break. Mom and I were going through some old boxes in the attic, looking for a specific Christmas ornament she wanted to give to my aunt. We found this dusty yearbook from her high school days, and she started flipping through it, showing me pictures of her and her friends when they were teenagers. That's when I finally worked up the courage to tell her what happened that night at Murphy's. I described how I'd seen someone sitting next to her in the car, and how they'd vanished when I got closer, and the weird, cold feeling I'd experienced. Instead of laughing or telling me I was being silly, Mom went completely still. She stared at me for a long moment. Then, without saying anything, she flipped through the yearbook pages frantically until she stopped at a specific page. She pointed to a photo of a young man with reddish-brown hair. "Was this who you saw?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I leaned in to look at the picture and felt all the blood drain from my face. It was him, the same broad shoulders, the same posture. He had a somewhat grumpy expression in the photo. "Yeah, that's him," I said, my voice shaking. "He looked kind of grumpy like that too." Mom's eyes filled with tears. "That's just how he looked in photos," she said quietly. "He hated having his picture taken. That's Rusty." I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. I had never seen a clear picture of Rusty before. I knew almost nothing about him except his nickname. But somehow, I had seen him sitting next to my mom in the car that night. "Amy," my mom said, gripping my hand tightly, "that day at Murphy's, it was exactly 20 years since he died. To the day." We sat there in silence for a long time. She eventually told me more about him, how they'd planned to get married before the accident, how she'd been devastated when he died. She said she'd been thinking about him that day, sitting in the car, wondering what their life might have been like if he hadn't gone out on his motorcycle that night. I still can't explain what happened. I'm not particularly spiritual or religious, and I've never experienced anything like that before or since. But I know what I saw. I saw a man who died 20 years earlier sitting next to my mother on the anniversary of his death. And somehow, without ever having met him or seen his face clearly in photos, I recognized him instantly when my mom showed me his picture. The whole experience has left me with more questions than answers. Was he there to visit my mom? Was he checking in on her after all these years? Did she somehow summon him with her thoughts, or was it just a massive coincidence paired with an overactive imagination? I don't know. But I do know that the image of him sitting there, and that cold feeling that passed through me, will stay with me forever. My mom keeps that yearbook out now, on her bookshelf, instead of packed away in the attic. Sometimes I catch her looking at his picture, and I wonder if he still visits her when I'm not around. I've never told anyone else about this until now. Even typing it out, I'm second-guessing myself. But I know what I saw, and I know that sometimes, just sometimes, the people we lose find ways to let us know they're still around. Story 17. I've debated for months about posting this, but I need to tell someone. Even after all this time, I can't make sense of what happened in my mum's apartment that night. I was 17 at the time, living with my mum in Millfield. You know, that small town where everyone knows everyone's business, and the historic district is the main tourist attraction. We lived in this old apartment building, one of those places with creaky floors and drafty windows that rattled when the wind blew. It wasn't fancy, but it was home. My mum had been dating James for about a year by then. He was a security guard at Millfield Memorial Hospital, working the night shift. He was a pretty straightforward guy, not the type to make up stories or get spooked easily. That's why what he told me shook me so much. It happened last winter. I remember because it was freezing cold, and we'd been running the heat non-stop, which made the apartment stuffy and dry. I was fast asleep in my room when everything went down. The next morning I woke up around 10. It was Saturday, so I didn't have school. Mom was still sleeping. She always slept late on weekends. But James was sitting at our kitchen table. He looked awful, like he hadn't slept at all. His face was pale, and his hands were shaking slightly as he clutched his coffee mug. "You okay?" I asked, grabbing a bowl for cereal. He glanced toward my mum's closed bedroom door before answering. "Rebecca, something happened last night." His voice was low, almost a whisper. "Your mum made me promise not to tell you, but I don't know. I can't just pretend it didn't happen." I sat down across from him, suddenly not hungry anymore. "What are you talking about?" He took a deep breath. "I was up early for work, around 3:30 in the morning. You know I like to have my coffee and watch some TV before heading out." I nodded. This was his routine. He'd sit in our living room with the volume low, sipping his coffee before his 4:30 shift. I was just sitting there when I started hearing whispers. His eyes darted to the front door. They were coming from right outside the apartment. At first, I thought maybe it was the neighbors, but it was way too early, and they sounded angry. "What were they saying?" I asked. I couldn't make out words exactly. It was more like aggressive hissing, like someone was really pissed off but trying to keep quiet. He rubbed his face. I got up and checked the peephole. Didn't see anyone, so I opened the door and looked down the hallway. Nothing. Empty. Dead silent. This didn't sound like James at all. He was usually so level-headed. I figured maybe I was hearing things, lack of sleep or whatever. So I went back to watching TV. But then it started again, louder this time. Clear enough that I could tell it was definitely whispering, but still couldn't make out any words. He shuddered visibly. It was like whoever it was moved closer to the door. Did you check again? Yeah, same thing. Nobody there. I even stepped out into the hallway and looked around. The building was completely quiet. But the second I sat back down on the couch, it started again. I felt a chill run down my spine despite the apartment's warmth. The third time was different. His voice dropped even lower. It wasn't whispering anymore. It was a deep voice, definitely a man, almost shouting. But the sound, it was coming from your mom's room. My stomach dropped. What? I ran to her door. I thought maybe someone had gotten in somehow, that she was in danger. I flung the door open and... He swallowed hard. Your mom was alone in bed, but Rebecca, she was speaking, except it wasn't her voice. It was a man's voice coming out of her mouth, deep, guttural, angry. I stared at him, trying to process what he was saying. This had to be some kind of joke. I'm serious, he said, reading my expression. It wasn't just a deep voice. It was completely different, like nothing I've ever heard come out of a human before. The words were all garbled, but the tone, it was like commands, demanding something. Maybe she was just talking in her sleep, I suggested weakly. He shook his head firmly. This wasn't sleep talking. I've heard her mumble in her sleep before. This was something else entirely. I flipped on the light and yelled her name. It took a few seconds of shouting before she woke up. What did she say? She was totally disoriented, didn't know what was happening or why I was yelling. Then she started crying. James looked down at his coffee. She said she'd been having this terrible nightmare. There was something in the room with her, a dark figure. She said it was trying to force itself on her. My skin prickled. Mom had nightmares sometimes, but she'd never mentioned anything like this before. She told me it was pressing down on her, and she couldn't move or scream. She described it as dark, like a shadow, but solid enough to hold her down. Said it felt malicious, evil, not like a normal nightmare at all. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before. Was that what happened? But the voice James heard, that was something else entirely. I stayed with her until she fell back asleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was in the apartment with us, something that didn't belong. He looked up at me, his eyes bloodshot. Your mum made me promise not to tell you, said she didn't want to scare you, but after what I heard and saw... Right at that moment, as if responding to his words, every light in the kitchen went out. All except for the small light above the stove, which flickered but stayed on, casting eerie shadows across the room. We both froze. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. 1 second everything was normal, and the next we were sitting in near darkness, the only light coming from that single bulb. Power outage, I whispered, knowing full well the stove light wouldn't still be on if that were the case. James slowly stood up. Let's not stick around to find out. I've never gotten ready so fast in my life. We scribbled a note for Mom, saying we'd gone out for breakfast, grabbed our jackets, and practically ran out of the apartment. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely lock the door behind us. We spent the morning at a diner downtown. Neither of us mentioned what had happened with the lights, but we both knew. Eventually, James had to leave for his afternoon shift, and I went to my friend Kayla's house until evening. When I finally returned home around 7, Mom was in the kitchen making dinner. Everything looked normal. All the lights were working. The apartment felt calm. She asked about my day like nothing had happened. I wanted to ask her about the nightmare, about what James had heard, but the words stuck in my throat. She seemed so normal, so herself, that bringing it up felt wrong somehow. That night I barely slept. I kept listening for whispers, for strange voices. I even wedged a chair under my doorknob, though I couldn't explain exactly what I was afraid of. My mom? Something in the apartment? I didn't know. The next day, I tried to talk to James about it when he came over, but he brushed it off, said he'd been working too many night shifts, that he was probably just overtired and imagining things. But I could tell by the way he kept glancing at my mom's bedroom door that he didn't believe that any more than I did. The weird thing is, nothing like that ever happened again. No more whispers, no strange voices, no lights going out at convenient moments. Life just went on. Mom and James broke up a few months later. Unrelated reasons, at least as far as I know. I'm 22 now, living in my own place about 30 minutes from Millfield. Sometimes I'll call my mom late at night just to check on her, to make sure she sounds like herself. She never mentions that night, and I've never worked up the courage to ask her directly about what happened. James and I still talk occasionally. Last year, after a few beers, I brought it up again. He got real quiet, then said, "Some things you just can't explain, Rebecca, and maybe we're better off not trying." Maybe he's right, but I still think about that night, about the whispers that seemed to follow him around the apartment, about the unnatural voice coming from my mother's throat, about the lights going out at the exact moment he finished telling me the story. The timing wasn't random. Whatever was in our apartment that night, it was listening to us. It knew we were talking about it, and it wanted us to know that it knew. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I find myself listening for whispers outside my door, and sometimes, in that space between wakefulness and sleep, I swear I can hear them, faint, angry, getting closer. Story 18. I still can't explain what happened at my grandparents' house last summer. It's been almost a year, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm usually the rational one in my family. But what I experienced that day in Meadowvale has completely changed my perspective. My grandparents live in this big old house that's been in our family for generations. It's the kind of place with creaky floorboards and too many rooms, perfect for our annual family reunion. Last July, when I was 16, we all gathered there like we always do. My mom's side of the family is huge. Aunts, uncles, cousins from all over. And these reunions are typically just a chance to catch up, eat too much food, and for the adults to reminisce about the good old days. That morning started like any other reunion. I arrived with my parents around 9 in the morning. The house was already buzzing with activity. My grandmother in the kitchen preparing enough food to feed an army, my grandfather showing off his garden to whoever would listen, and kids running around everywhere. It was chaotic, but familiar. By mid-morning, I was helping set up tables in the dining room with my Aunt Linda. She's my mum's younger sister, and probably the most down-to-earth person in our family. We were arranging chairs when she mentioned that my cousins were upstairs playing cards. "Sophia, why don't you go join the boys? They're playing blackjack in the upstairs sitting room," she said while struggling with a folding table. "They could use someone with your card sense to keep them honest." I wasn't particularly interested in playing cards, but I was getting bored of setup duty, so I headed toward the main staircase. The house has this grand wooden staircase that winds up to the second floor. It's always been my favorite feature, dark mahogany with intricate carvings on the banister. As a kid, I used to pretend I was royalty descending those stairs. It was around 10:45 in the morning. I remember checking my phone just before heading up. The house was filled with sunlight streaming through the large windows, casting warm patterns across the hardwood floors. Nothing about the atmosphere felt eerie or strange. If anything, it was the opposite, bright, warm, and filled with the sounds of family. When I reached the top of the stairs, I turned right toward the sitting room. From the hallway, I could hear my cousins laughing and arguing over cards. The door was partially open, and I could see my cousins Jake, Tyler, and Matt sitting around a small table, cards spread out in front of them. But what caught my attention was the girl standing just inside the doorway watching them play. She was about my height, maybe 5'6", and extremely thin. Not just slim, but almost fragile looking. She was wearing this white, puffy winter jacket that seemed way too warm for July. black pants and white socks with no shoes. Her dark hair was pulled back and she had on heavy makeup, thick black eyeliner and dark eyeshadow that made her pale face look even paler. At first, I assumed she was just another cousin. My Uncle Dave had recently remarried, and I thought this might be his new stepdaughter, whom I hadn't met yet. The girl noticed me approaching and shifted slightly to the side of the doorway to let me pass. As I got closer, she made eye contact with me, raised her eyebrows slightly, and gave me this small smile, almost like she recognized me but was surprised to see me there. I smiled back politely as I passed her. Our shoulders almost brushed in the doorway. That's how close we were. I remember feeling a slight chill, but I chalked it up to the air conditioning. "Hey guys," I said to my cousins as I entered the room. "Aunt Linda said you were playing blackjack." Jake looked up from his cards. "Yeah, want in. We're playing for bragging rights." I pulled up a chair and joined them. We played for maybe 20 minutes before I realized something strange. None of the boys had acknowledged the girl, and looking around, I couldn't see her anywhere in the room. I assumed she'd left while I was getting settled. "Who was that girl by the door when I came in?" I asked casually, picking up a new hand. Matt looked confused. "What girl?" "The skinny one with the white jacket and heavy makeup," I said, standing right at the doorway when I walked in. The three of them exchanged looks. "There wasn't anyone at the door, Soph," Tyler said. "Just us in here since after breakfast." I laughed, thinking they were messing with me. Very funny. The girl with the dark makeup and white winter coat. She literally moved aside so I could come in. Their confused expressions didn't change. Jake actually put his cards down. "Sophia, there hasn't been anyone else up here. We would have seen her," he insisted. A cold feeling started creeping up my spine. "Are you absolutely sure? She was standing right there, watching you guys play." She looked right at me. "No one's been here except us," Matt said, now looking a bit concerned. "Are you feeling okay?" I mumbled something about being tired from the drive and tried to focus on the game, but my mind was racing. I knew what I had seen. The girl had been solid, completely real-looking, not transparent or ghostly at all. She had made eye contact with me. She had moved to let me pass. After a few more hands, I excused myself, saying I needed to help downstairs. Instead, I went looking for my mum. I found her in the kitchen with my grandmother and a couple of aunts. "Mum, who's the thin girl with the white jacket? Is she Uncle Dave's daughter?" I asked, trying to sound casual. My mum looked puzzled. "Dave doesn't have a daughter, honey, just the two boys." "I mean his stepdaughter, from his new marriage." My Aunt Karen, who was slicing vegetables nearby, chimed in. "Dave came alone today, Sophia. Melissa couldn't make it, and she doesn't have a daughter. She has a son who's away at camp." I felt my stomach drop, but I just saw a teenage girl upstairs. She was standing by the sitting room door, watching the boys play cards. The kitchen went quiet. My grandmother, who had been stirring something on the stove, turned around slowly. "What did she look like, dear?" she asked in a strangely careful tone. I described her in detail: the white puffy jacket, the black pants, the pale face with heavy makeup, her thin frame, and how she'd smiled at me. My grandmother and my mom exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. "There's no one here matching that description, Sophia," my mom said gently. "Are you sure you're not mixing her up with someone else?" "I'm not making this up," I insisted, my voice rising slightly. "I saw her clear as day, not even 30 minutes ago. She was right there, and she recognized me. She smiled like she knew who I was." My grandmother put down her spoon and wiped her hands on her apron. "I believe you saw something, dear. This house is old, and sometimes—" She trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. "You think I saw a ghost?" I asked incredulously. "In broad daylight, while I was completely sober and wide awake?" No one answered directly, but the uncomfortable silence said enough. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, trying to rationalize what had happened. I kept looking for the girl, thinking maybe she was a neighbor who had wandered in, or perhaps a friend of one of my cousins. But as the hours passed and everyone gathered for the big family dinner, it became clear that no one matching her description was at the reunion. After dinner, I cornered my oldest cousin Jake alone. "I need you to be honest with me. Was there really no one else in that room when I came in?" Jake looked troubled. "Sophia, I swear on everything it was just the three of us. No one else came in or out until you showed up. We would have noticed." "And after I came in, did you see anyone leave?" He shook his head. "No one. Just you coming in, that's it." That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind. The girl had been so real, so solid. The way she moved aside, the way she looked at me with that slight smile of recognition. It wasn't something I could have imagined. The next morning, before most of the family was awake, I found my grandmother alone in the kitchen starting breakfast. I decided to press her about her reaction the day before. "Grandma, when I mentioned the girl I saw yesterday, you seemed not surprised. Do you know something about her?" My grandmother was quiet for a long moment, focusing intently on the eggs she was cracking into a bowl. Finally, she sighed. "This house has stories, Sophia. I've lived here for 50 years, and sometimes things happen that can't be explained." "Have you seen her too? The girl in the white jacket?" She didn't answer directly. "Different people see different things. What matters is that you weren't harmed, and from what you described, she wasn't threatening." "But who could she be, and why would she appear to me specifically?" My grandmother finally looked at me. "I don't have those answers, dear, but in my experience, these encounters often happen for a reason. Maybe there's something she wanted you to know." "Like what?" "She didn't say anything to me." "Not all messages come through words," was all she would say. Before leaving that day, I went back upstairs to the sitting room alone. Standing in the doorway where I'd seen the girl, I felt nothing unusual. No cold spots, no strange feelings, nothing out of the ordinary. Just an empty doorway in a sunlit room. It's been almost a year now, and I still think about her all the time. I've researched the history of my grandparents' house, looking for stories about a girl who might have lived or died there, but found nothing concrete. I've asked other family members if they've ever experienced anything similar, but no one will talk about it directly, though a few have hinted at their own unexplained moments in that house. What bothers me most isn't that I saw something supernatural. It's the way she looked at me, with recognition, with familiarity, like she knew exactly who I was. And sometimes, in my quieter moments, I wonder if maybe, somehow, I knew her too. I don't have answers, just questions that keep me up at night. Was she trying to tell me something? Was there a reason she appeared to me and no one else? Or was it just a random encounter, a brief crossing of paths between two worlds that usually remain separate? I'm returning to my grandparents' house next month for this year's reunion. Part of me is terrified of seeing her again, but another part, a part I barely admit to myself, is hoping I do. Because this time, I won't just walk past with a smile. This time, I'll stop and ask her who she is and what she wants from me. Story 19. I can't stop thinking about what happened last weekend. It's been messing with my head so much that I barely slept for 3 nights straight. I finally decided to write it all down, hoping that maybe putting it into words will help me make sense of it, or at least stop the constant replay in my mind. I'm 14, and my family lives in this old 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just your typical suburban home with a small balcony that faces my cousin's house next door. The balcony has this old wooden door that makes this super distinct clicking sound when you unlock it. It's been like that since we moved in. We actually use the balcony as a shortcut to my cousin's place sometimes. There's a large window in their house that lines up with our balcony, and we can basically jump across if we need to. My mum hates when we do it, but my brother Alex and I do it all the time. So last Saturday, my mum went grocery shopping, and Alex went over to hang out with our cousins. I decided to stay home because I had this new playlist I wanted to listen to. I was just chilling on my bed with my headphones on, scrolling through TikTok, when I heard it. This knocking sound. At first I thought it was part of the song I was listening to. You know how some songs have those weird background noises? But something about it felt off, so I paused the music. The knocking continued. Knock, knock, knock. It was coming from the balcony door. I figured it was probably Alex locked out or something. He does this all the time, forgets his key, and then expects me to let him in. Usually, when he knocks, it's super annoying. Like he'll pound on the door, yell my name, and be all dramatic about it. "Sophia, open the door." That kind of thing. But this knocking was different. It was perfectly timed. Like exactly the same pause between each knock. Knock, pause, knock, pause, knock. Not faster, not slower, just the exact same rhythm over and over. It wasn't natural, you know? When people knock, they usually speed up or slow down, or the volume changes. This was like a metronome or something. I called out, "Just a second," thinking it would stop the knocking. It didn't. The knocking just kept going at that same exact pace. That's when I started feeling uneasy. I got up from my bed and walked down the hallway toward the balcony door. Our house has this long hallway that leads from the bedrooms to the living room, and the balcony door is right off the living room. The whole time I was walking, that knocking continued. Same pace, same volume. It never changed. "Alex?" I called out again, louder this time. No response, just the knocking. When I got to the door, I could see a shadow through the curtain covering the glass part of the door. The shape looked about the right size to be Alex, so I reached for the handle. The door has this old lock that makes a really loud click when you turn it. It's super distinctive, and you can hear it from anywhere in the house. Here's the thing that still freaks me out. When I turned the lock and it made that loud click, the knocking didn't stop. It just kept going at the exact same pace. If it was Alex, he would have heard the lock and stopped knocking, right? But whoever, or whatever, was knocking just kept going like they didn't hear the lock at all. My hand was shaking as I turned the handle. I pushed the door open and said, "What the heck, Alex?" trying to sound annoyed instead of scared. The knocking stopped immediately. There was nobody there. Nobody. I felt this cold rush go through my entire body. I stepped out onto the balcony and looked around. Empty. I rushed to the edge and looked over to my cousin's window. It was closed, and there was no one there either. From where I was standing, I could actually see into part of their living room, and I could see Alex and my cousins playing video games inside. That's when it really hit me. There was no way anyone could have knocked on my door and then disappeared that quickly. The balcony is small, there's nowhere to hide, and it's a straight drop to the ground below, like 15 feet. No one could have jumped without breaking something, and the distance to my cousin's window is too far to leap across without making noise or being seen. I ran back inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely turn the lock. I pulled out my phone and called Alex right away. "Did you just knock on the balcony door?" I asked when he answered. "What? No, I've been here the whole time," he said, sounding confused. "Are you sure? Like you didn't just try to prank me or something?" "Sophia, I've literally been sitting here playing Fortnite for the last hour. What's going on?" I could hear my cousins in the background asking what was happening. Alex told them I was freaking out about someone knocking on our door. My cousin Jake took the phone and was like, "We're all here, Soph. We've been here for hours. No one left." I tried to explain what happened, but my voice was shaking so much they thought I was making it up for attention. Jake even turned the phone camera around to show me all of them sitting in the living room. They'd been there the whole time. I stayed on the phone with them while I checked the rest of the house. All the doors were locked. All the windows were closed. There was no way anyone could have gotten in or out without me noticing. I was so freaked out that I asked Alex to come home. He and Jake came over through the front door a few minutes later, not the balcony, thank God. They checked the balcony again and looked around outside, but found nothing. "Maybe it was a bird hitting the window or something," Alex suggested. But it wasn't. Birds don't knock in perfect mechanical patterns, and they definitely don't knock loudly enough to hear through headphones. Maybe the wind was moving something against the door, Jake offered. It was a completely still day, not even a breeze. They didn't believe me, or at least they pretended not to believe me, to make me feel better. They joked about it for a while, trying to lighten the mood, but I could tell they were a little freaked out too. We ended up all hanging out together until my mom got home from shopping. I didn't tell my mom what happened. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, Mom, something that wasn't human was knocking on our balcony door today." She'd think I was crazy or just trying to scare Alex, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. What keeps playing in my mind is the precision of that knocking. It wasn't random. It wasn't natural. It was like whatever was doing, it was trying to mimic human behavior, but couldn't quite get it right. Like it knew that humans knock on doors, but didn't understand the natural variations in how we do it. And the fact that it didn't react to the lock clicking, that's what really gets me. Any person would have heard that sound and stopped knocking, but it just kept going, like it was programmed to knock until the door opened. The worst part is that I keep thinking about what would have happened if I hadn't said, "What the heck, Alex?" when I opened the door. What if I had just opened it silently? Would I have seen what was really out there? The thought makes my skin crawl. I've been sleeping in Alex's room since it happened. He thinks I'm being ridiculous, but he's letting me stay anyway. I can't bring myself to be alone in the house anymore. I keep my headphones off now, always listening for that knocking to start again. My cousin Jake thinks maybe it was someone from the neighborhood playing a prank, but there's just no way. There's nowhere to hide on that balcony, nowhere to escape to in the seconds it took me to open the door. And how would they have gotten up there in the first place? We're on the second floor. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head. There's only one explanation that makes any sense, and it's the one I can't bring myself to fully accept. Whatever was knocking on my door wasn't human. Last night I was almost asleep when I remembered something that made me sit straight up in bed. A few weeks ago, Alex was telling me about this creepy video he watched about entities that mimic human sounds to lure people. I thought it was just internet garbage at the time, but now I don't know what to think. I tried to find the video again, but Alex doesn't remember what it was called. He just laughed it off and told me to stop being so paranoid. Easy for him to say. He wasn't the one who opened the door to nothing. I've started checking the balcony door constantly, making sure it's locked. I've even put a chair in front of it at night. My mom noticed and asked what I was doing. I just told her I thought I heard something outside, and it made me nervous. She said it was probably just the neighbor's cat that sometimes jumps between the roofs, but cats don't knock. It's been 5 days now, and nothing else has happened. No more knocking. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was is still out there, waiting. Maybe it's learned from last time. Maybe next time it'll do a better job of imitating human behavior. Maybe next time it'll call my name. I don't know what to do. I can't tell anyone else because they'll just think I'm making it up or that I got scared by the wind or something. But I know what I heard. I know something was there, knocking within human precision, and then vanished into thin air when I opened the door. The scariest part is that I have to keep living here. Keep walking past that balcony door every day and keep wondering if the knocking will start again. And if it does, what am I supposed to do? Not answer. What if it finds another way in? I wish I could make sense of it, find some logical explanation that would let me sleep at night. But I can't. All I know is that something was knocking on my door that day, something that shouldn't exist. And I have no idea why it chose me, or if it'll come back. I still haven't told my mom. I'm scared she'll either not believe me, or worse, she'll believe me and be as scared as I am. So I'm just trying to act normal while jumping at every sound in the house. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please let me know. I need to know I'm not losing my mind, and if you haven't, well, maybe check who's knocking before you open the door. It might not be who or what you expect. Story 20. I still can't believe I'm writing this down. It's been 3 months since everything happened, but I keep reliving it in my head over and over. I've never been a superstitious person, never really believed in the paranormal, but what I experienced that night changed everything I thought I knew about reality. It started with a text from Marcus. We'd been friends since freshman year of college, but lately he'd been distant. His message was cryptic. I need help, not the normal kind. Can you come over tomorrow? Bring Elena if you can. Elena was our other friend from the same study group, psychology majors trying to make sense of the human mind. The irony isn't lost on me now. I called Elena immediately. Did you get a weird text from Marcus too? Yeah, she said, sounding concerned. He's been acting strange for weeks, skipping classes, looking exhausted all the time. I'm worried about him. We agreed to meet at my apartment first, before heading to Marcus's parents' house, where he was staying for the semester. I had no idea what we were walking into. The next day, Elena showed up with her Bible. I raised an eyebrow at her. Just a feeling, she said. Elena had always been more spiritually inclined than me. I was the skeptic of our group, always looking for the rational explanation. Funny how quickly that changed. We had some other friends over at my apartment that afternoon. Just a casual hangout before we planned to head to Marcus's place. There were maybe 8 or 10 people total, just chatting and having snacks in my living room. Marcus arrived last, looking worse than I'd ever seen him. His eyes were sunken with dark circles, his clothes disheveled, and he'd lost weight. A lot of weight. As soon as he walked in, the atmosphere in the room changed. It was subtle at first, like when a storm is coming and you can feel the pressure shift. Marcus scanned the room nervously, then his eyes fixed on a spot near my kitchen door. It followed me here, he whispered, more to himself than to us. What followed you? Eleanor asked gently. Marcus didn't answer right away. He just kept staring at that empty space. Then he turned to us and said, "He's here. He's watching us right now." Everyone in the room seemed to shift uncomfortably. Some of our friends exchanged confused glances. I figured Marcus was having some kind of episode, maybe stress from finals or something. "Who's watching us, Marcus?" I asked. "The man with no face," he said, his voice eerily calm now. "He wears a top hat. He's been with me for years." A chill ran down my spine despite myself. The way he said it, so matter-of-fact, made my skin crawl. Marcus continued, "I didn't mean to invite him in. I found this shrine thing in the back of my closet when I moved back home. It looked old, like it had been there for years behind all the junk. I was curious and touched it. Ever since then, he's been there, watching, telling me to hurt myself." Elena moved closer to him, her hand instinctively going to her Bible. "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" "I thought I was going crazy at first," Marcus said. "But then things started happening, things I couldn't explain. He moves things around my room. Sometimes I wake up with scratches. He whispers things. I was still trying to process this when I felt it, a sudden weight on my shoulders, like someone was pressing down on them. The pressure was so intense I actually stumbled forward a bit. No one else seemed to notice anything unusual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong in my apartment. "We should go to your house," Elena said to Marcus. "If that's where this started, maybe that's where we can end it." The drive to Marcus's parents' place was tense. His parents weren't home. They were away on a business trip, which Marcus said was good because it doesn't like other people knowing about it. The house was a typical suburban home, but as soon as we stepped inside, I felt that same heaviness from my apartment, only stronger. It was like walking through invisible molasses. The air felt thick and stale despite all the windows being open. Marcus led us upstairs to his bedroom. It was surprisingly neat, almost obsessively so. Everything was arranged with perfect symmetry. Books aligned exactly on the shelf, clothes folded with military precision. "I have to keep everything in order," Marcus explained, noticing my surprise. "It gets angry if I don't." Eleanor was scanning the room carefully. Her eyes stopped on a painting hanging over Marcus's bed. It was supposed to be Jesus Christ, but something about it was off. The proportions weren't quite right, and the eyes seemed to follow you around the room. "Did you paint this?" Elena asked. Marcus nodded. "He told me to, said it would protect me, but it doesn't. It's just watching me too." I stepped closer to the painting. Up close I could see that the brushstrokes were erratic, almost violent. The figure didn't look peaceful or holy. It looked distorted and wrong. A sick feeling settled in my stomach as I realized that Jesus in the painting didn't have distinct facial features. They were blurred, like someone had taken their thumb and smudged them away. Marcus was pacing now, glancing nervously at his closet door. It was slightly ajar, and I could see nothing but darkness inside. Elena pulled out her Bible and started flipping through it. "I'm going to pray over this room, if that's okay," she said. Marcus nodded desperately. I felt drawn to the closet for some reason. Something about that darkness pulled at me. I stepped toward it slowly, my heart pounding in my ears. "Jade, don't," Marcus started to say. I reached for the closet door, pushing it open wider. Inside was just a normal closet, clothes hanging neatly, shoes arranged in pairs on the floor. But at the back, partially hidden by a hanging jacket, I could see something that looked like a small altar, stones arranged in a pattern with dried flowers and what looked like old candle wax. What happened next is still hard for me to explain. One second I was standing in front of the closet, and the next I was pressed against Marcus's dresser on the opposite side of the room. I have no memory of moving across the room. It was like I was teleported there in an instant. My fight-or-flight response was in full gear, heart racing, hands shaking, cold sweat breaking out all over my body. "Did you see it?" Marcus asked, his voice trembling. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even shake my head. My entire body was locked in terror of something I couldn't even see. Elena had stopped flipping through her Bible and was staring at me with wide eyes. "Jade, what happened? You just shot across the room." "I can't." I finally managed to gasp. "I can't be in here." Marcus nodded knowingly. "It doesn't want you here. It doesn't want anyone to help me." I backed toward the door, unable to take my eyes off that closet. "I need to get out," I whispered. Elena looked torn between following me and staying with Marcus. "Go," she said finally. "Wait downstairs. I'll stay with him." I practically ran down the stairs, my legs still shaking. In the living room, I collapsed onto the couch, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Maybe I'd had some kind of panic attack. Maybe I'd moved across the room myself and just didn't remember doing it. There had to be a logical explanation, but deep down, I knew there wasn't. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only about 45 minutes. I could hear Elena's voice from upstairs, sometimes speaking normally, sometimes rising in what sounded like prayer. Once, I heard a loud thump, like something heavy falling over, and I nearly ran back upstairs. But some primal fear kept me rooted to that couch. When Elena finally came downstairs, I barely recognized her. Her face was tear-streaked, but the tears, they weren't normal. They looked almost viscous, leaving shiny trails down her cheeks that caught the light strangely. Her eyes were red and puffy, and she was shaking all over. "We need to go," she said, her voice hoarse. "Now." "What about Marcus?" I asked. "He's resting." "There's nothing more we can do tonight." In the car, Elena wouldn't talk about what happened after I left the room. She just kept wiping at her face, those strange tears still flowing occasionally. When I dropped her off at her apartment, she paused before getting out. "Jade," she said, not looking at me, "don't research this. Don't try to understand it. Just pray you never encounter it again." For weeks afterward, I tried to contact Marcus. He wouldn't answer calls or texts. Elena was similarly distant, changing the subject whenever I brought up that night. I started having nightmares, always the same one. I'm standing in front of a closet door, knowing something terrible is on the other side, but unable to stop myself from opening it. Just as the door swings open, I wake up in a cold sweat. 3 months after that night, Marcus finally agreed to meet for coffee. I barely recognized him. He looked resigned, not scared anymore, not anxious, just empty. "I've accepted that this thing will be in my life," he told me flatly. "I'm done trying to wish it away." "But what is it? What does it want?" I asked. Marcus shrugged. "Company, maybe. It was here before me. It'll be here after me." "You can't just give up," I insisted. "We can try something else. Priests, mediums, anything." He smiled sadly. "You don't get it, Jade. You never saw it. Even that night you only felt it. Elena saw it, and look at her now." It was true. Elena had dropped out of school the week after the incident. Last I heard, she'd moved back to her parents' house in another state. "It's easier this way," Marcus continued. "I do what it wants, keep things in order, paint what it tells me to paint. It leaves me alone mostly." As we were saying goodbye, Marcus hesitated, then said something that still haunts me. "It knows you now, Jade. It remembers everyone who's tried to interfere." I haven't seen Marcus since that day. Sometimes I think about going to his parents' house, demanding to see him, to help him somehow. But then I remember that feeling of being flung across the room by something I couldn't see. I remember Elena's strange tears, and I stay away. The worst part is the doubt. Did we really experience something supernatural? Or is Marcus suffering from a severe mental illness that somehow affected us too? Some kind of shared psychosis? I want to believe the latter because it's easier to accept. But deep down, I know what I felt that night wasn't in my head. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I feel a heaviness on my shoulders again, just for a moment. Just enough to remind me that whatever was in that closet might still be watching and waiting. Story 21. I'm still not sure if I should even be writing this down. Part of me feels like acknowledging what happened might make it worse somehow, but I need to tell someone who might understand, because my family thinks I'm going crazy, and maybe I am. We moved into our new home in Philadelphia about 3 months ago. It was supposed to be our fresh start. A charming 3-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood with good schools nearby. The price was surprisingly reasonable for the area, which should have been my first clue. Something was off. But we were desperate to move after my husband got transferred, and with a 9-month-old and a teenager, we needed to get settled before the new school year. The first week was normal, unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, the usual chaos of moving. It wasn't until about 10 days in that I noticed something strange. I'd gotten up around 2 in the morning to check on the baby, and on my way back to bed, I switched off the hall light. That's when I saw it, a faint blue glow along the baseboards where they met the wall. It wasn't like light coming from under a door, it was like the wood itself was glowing. I remember kneeling down to look closer, thinking maybe it was some weird reflective paint or something. But it only appeared in complete darkness. As soon as I turned on my phone flashlight, it disappeared. When I turned it off again, the blue line reappeared, running along the entire hallway. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just some weird trick of the light, maybe something reflecting off a neighbor's house, but I couldn't shake this nagging feeling. I used to watch a lot of those true crime shows, and something clicked in my head. Luminol. That chemical they spray to reveal bloodstains at crime scenes. It glows blue in the dark. I tried to brush it off, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why would someone spray luminol along our baseboards? What were they looking for? What did they find? I didn't tell my husband right away. Jason works long hours, and he was already stressed about the move and his new position. Plus, I didn't want to sound crazy, so I Googled it instead. Turns out luminol can keep reacting for years if the conditions are right. The thought that someone might have been looking for blood in our house made me feel sick. But the blue glow was just the beginning. About 2 weeks after we moved in, Ethan, my baby, started acting strange. He's always been a good sleeper, but suddenly he began waking up in this weird way. He wouldn't cry like normal. Instead, he'd sit up on his knees while still half asleep, making these frustrated fussing sounds like someone was bothering him. Then he'd lay back down like nothing happened. The first time, I thought maybe he was having a growth spurt or teething pain, but it kept happening, and only at night, never during his daytime naps. I started checking the baby monitor obsessively, and I swear sometimes I could see the mattress depressed slightly next to him, like someone was sitting there, but the room would be empty. Then there was the kitchen incident. I was making Ethan's bottle one afternoon, while he sat in his high chair watching some baby show on my tablet. I noticed he kept turning away from the screen, looking at something behind him. At first, I didn't think much of it. Babies get distracted easily. But after the third or fourth time, I realized he was looking at the exact same spot each time. A corner of the ceiling where the kitchen meets the dining area. He'd strain against his straps, turning his little body as far as he could, and stare upward for about 15 seconds. His expression wasn't scared, more like curious, maybe even delighted. Then he'd turn back to his show as if nothing happened. 5 minutes later, he'd do it all again. I remember standing there, bottle in hand, following his gaze to that empty corner. There was nothing there, no unusual light pattern, no bug, nothing hanging from the ceiling, just a normal corner. But Ethan saw something. I'm certain of it. A few days later, he started this weird head movement. He'd be playing in his bouncer and suddenly jerk his head from one shoulder to the other, giggling like he was playing peekaboo. But no one was there. At least, no one I could see. I started taking pictures of the house when no one was home, looking for orbs or shadows or anything unusual. I checked the history of the house online, but found nothing noteworthy. Just normal sales records going back about 40 years. No murders, no tragic accidents, nothing that screamed haunted house. But then things escalated. I was folding laundry in the living room while Ethan napped upstairs. Jason was at work, and my older son Tyler was at soccer practice. The house was completely quiet, except for the hum of the air conditioner. I was sitting on the floor with my back against the couch, sorting socks, when I felt the cushion behind me shift slightly. Before I could turn around, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, what looked exactly like a hand, with pale fingers drawing back off the top of the couch, like someone had been leaning over to look at me and then pulled away when they thought I might see them. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I slowly turned around, half expecting to see an intruder, but there was nothing. I jumped up and checked every room, every closet, under every bed. All the windows were locked, the doors secure. No one had broken in. That night, I finally told Jason about everything. The blue glow, Ethan's behavior, the hand I thought I'd seen. He listened patiently, then suggested maybe I was just overtired from the move and adjusting to the new house. He offered to take a few days off so I could rest more. I appreciated the gesture, but I knew what I'd seen wasn't just exhaustion. The next incident happened about a week later. I was in our bedroom getting dressed when I heard 3 distinct knocks on our bedroom door. Thinking it was Tyler, I called for him to come in. No response. I opened the door myself, but the hallway was empty. Tyler was downstairs making breakfast. I could hear him moving around in the kitchen. When I asked if he'd just been upstairs, he said no. He'd been in the kitchen the whole time. The knocking happened twice more over the next few days. Always 3 knocks, always when I was alone in the bedroom. I started leaving the door open all the time after that. Then Tyler had his own experience. He's 17, not exactly the type to believe in ghosts or get spooked easily. He was home alone one afternoon while I took Ethan to a doctor's appointment. He was in the basement rec room playing video games when he heard what he described as someone in house slippers taking lazy, dragging steps across the floor above him. At first, he thought I'd come home early. He called out, but no one answered. The footsteps continued, moving from the front door toward the kitchen. Tyler paused his game and went upstairs to check. The house was empty, doors still locked. He checked every room, even looked outside to see if someone was walking past our house, but there was nothing. When he told me about it that evening, I could tell he was genuinely confused. He kept saying, "Mom, I know what footsteps sound like. Someone was walking up there." A few days later, my friend Kara came over for coffee. We were sitting at the kitchen table when she suddenly stopped mid-sentence and stared past me toward the living room doorway. Her face went pale. "Emma," she whispered, "I just saw someone walk past the doorway." I turned around but saw nothing. Kara insisted she'd seen a tall figure, maybe a man, move quickly past the door. She described him as kind of blurry, like when you take a picture of someone moving. We searched the house together, but of course found no one. The final straw came last week. Tyler and I were watching TV in the living room while Ethan played on his activity mat. Tyler suddenly sat up straight and pointed toward the dining room. "Mom," he said quietly, "there's someone standing by the table." I looked over, and for just a split second, I saw it too. A dark silhouette, human-shaped, but without clear features, standing motionless by our dining table. Then it was gone, like a shadow disappearing when a cloud moves away from the sun. Tyler saw my face and knew I'd seen it too. We didn't say anything else about it that night, but the next morning he asked if we could stay with my parents for a few days. That's where we are now. I haven't told Jason the full extent of what's been happening. He already thinks I'm overreacting, and his job is too new to request time off. He's still at the house, claiming he hasn't experienced anything unusual. Part of me wonders if whatever is there only shows itself to me and the boys. Yesterday, I contacted a local historian to ask about our property's history. I'm waiting to hear back. I've also ordered a home testing kit to see if there are actually blood traces along those baseboards. I need to know what happened in that house. The thing that scares me most isn't the footsteps or the knocking or even that silhouette. It's how whatever is there seems drawn to Ethan, like it's trying to play with him, interact with him. Sometimes I wake up at night convinced I hear whispering coming through the baby monitor, too faint to make out words. I don't know what to do. We can't afford to move again so soon. Jason thinks I'm having some kind of postpartum anxiety relapse. Maybe he's right, but Tyler saw it too. Kara saw something, and Ethan sees it more clearly than any of us. Last night, my mum caught Ethan doing that head-jerking thing again, giggling at something none of us could see. She thought it was cute until I told her about everything else. Now she's worried too. The blue glow is still there. I went back to check yesterday while Jason was at work. In complete darkness, those baseboards still shine with that eerie blue light. Something happened in that house, something violent enough to leave traces of blood along every wall. And whatever it was, I don't think it's over. I'm typing this from my parents' guest room. Ethan is asleep in a portable crib beside me. A few minutes ago, he sat up on his knees, made those same frustrated sounds, then laid back down, just like at the house. Whatever it is, I think it followed us here. Story 22. I still can't explain what happened that night, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. It's been about a year, but I get goosebumps just thinking about it. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened in our house, Blackwood Manor, changed everything for me. Let me start by saying that our house is pretty old. My parents bought it when I was around 10, and I'm 14 now. It's this big Victorian-style place with too many rooms and these creaky wooden stairs that announce everyone's movements. My brother Julian is 19 and super into music. He has this whole setup in his room with guitars, amps, and this massive vinyl collection he's obsessed with. He's usually out late with his band, especially on weekends. That night, it was a Friday in October. Julian was at some gig, so it was just me, my mom, and my sister Lucia at home. Lucia was in her room video chatting with her boyfriend Marco. Our dad was on a business trip, which wasn't unusual. I've always had this, this feeling about Julian's room. I can't really explain it. It's not like I thought there were monsters under his bed or anything childish like that. It was just this sense of unease, like the air was different in there, heavier somehow. Everyone else thought I was being dramatic when I mentioned it, so eventually I stopped talking about it, but I never stopped feeling it. That night, around 10:30, I was in my room scrolling through TikTok when my mom called up to me. She reminded me that I'd forgotten to bring up my clothes from the washing machine in the basement. I groaned, but got up because I needed my favorite jeans for the next day. To get to the basement, I had to walk past Julian's room. The hallway was dimly lit. My mom is always going on about saving electricity, and Julian's door was slightly ajar. As I approached, I slowed down. I couldn't help it. It was like my body knew something my brain didn't, and then I heard it, a clatter from inside his room. Something had fallen. I froze, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. I took a step closer to the door, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe something had just fallen over on its own. I pushed the door open wider with my fingertips. The streetlight outside cast just enough light through the window for me to see that one of Julian's vinyl records had fallen from its shelf and a trash can across the room had tipped over. I stared at both objects, trying to make sense of it. They were too far apart for one to have knocked over the other. I backed away and practically ran downstairs to tell my mom. "Mom," I said, finding her folding laundry in the living room. "Something weird just happened in Julian's room. A record fell off the shelf and his trash can tipped over." She barely looked up. "It was probably Dulcie," she said, referring to our Chihuahua who was currently curled up on the sofa beside her. "You know she likes to sneak in there and chew on his stuff." I looked at Dulcie, all 4 pounds of her snoring softly. "Mom, the vinyl was on the top shelf. Dulcie can't even jump on Julian's bed, let alone reach his top shelf." She sighed. "That way parents do when they think you're making something out of nothing. Then it was probably just balanced poorly and fell. Old houses settle, Natalia. Things fall." I wanted to argue more, to make her understand that something felt wrong, but I knew that look on her face. The discussion was over, so I grabbed my laundry basket and headed back upstairs, deliberately avoiding looking into Julian's room as I passed. I tried to put it out of my mind as I got ready for bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I double-checked that my door was locked before crawling under my covers. Our other pet, a Siamese cat named Gabbana, jumped up and curled next to me. Her presence was comforting, and eventually I drifted off to sleep. What felt like minutes later, but was actually around 5 in the morning according to my phone, I was jolted awake by the most horrible sounds I've ever heard. Gabbana wasn't beside me anymore, and the noises were coming from the hallway, screeching, hissing, and this weird thumping sound, like something heavy was being dragged across the floor. I sat up, frozen with fear. Those weren't normal cat sounds. I've had Gabbana since she was a kitten, and I'd never heard her make noises like that. It sounded like she was fighting for her life. My bedroom door burst open, and my mom stood there in her nightgown, her face pale. "What is that?" she whispered. Before I could answer, Lucia appeared behind her, looking equally terrified. The horrible noises continued. Gabbana's desperate yowls mixed with something else, something I couldn't identify. "It's coming from Julian's room," Lucia said. We all moved into the hallway, my mom leading the way with her phone flashlight. The sounds had stopped, but we could hear Gabbana panting heavily, making these little distressed mewling sounds. My mom pushed Julian's door open wider, shining the light inside. Gabbana was crouched in the corner, her fur standing on end, her eyes wide and wild. She was soaking wet, not completely, but her head and neck were drenched as though something had licked her. "What the hell?" my mom muttered, which shocked me because she never swears. Lucia went to pick up Gabbana, but the cat hissed and backed further into the corner. "Look," I said, pointing, "her collar's gone." Gabbana always wore this breakaway collar with a little bell. It was designed to come off if it got caught on something, but it wasn't easy to remove. Definitely not something that would just fall off. and she peed on the floor, Lucia added, pointing to a puddle near Julian's bed. Gabbana was fully litter-box trained and had never had an accident inside the house before. The only time I'd ever seen her urinate outside her box was when a neighbor's dog had cornered her in our yard once. She'd been terrified. My mum's face hardened. "Check the rest of the house," she said. "Someone might have broken in." We did a thorough search, all 3 floors, every closet, under every bed. We found nothing. No broken windows, no forced doors. Dulcie had slept through whatever had happened, still curled up on the sofa downstairs. We finally managed to coax Gabbana out of the corner. She was still trembling, and when I picked her up, I noticed something else strange. She smelled weird. Not like wet cat, but something else, something musty and old, like the boxes of my grandmother's clothes we kept in the attic. The next morning, while my mom was making coffee, Lucia called Marco to tell him what had happened. I was sitting at the kitchen table, still shaken, half listening to their conversation. "And the cat was all wet and freaking out," Lucia was saying. "We couldn't find her collar anywhere." I heard Marco laugh on the other end of the phone. "Sounds like she had a fight with the goblin," he said. Lucia rolled her eyes. "It's not funny, Marco. Something scared her badly." "I'm serious," he insisted. "My grandma used to talk about house goblins. They mess with pets, move things around. They're not usually dangerous, just mischievous." I might have laughed at this any other day, but after what had happened, it didn't seem so ridiculous. Later that afternoon, while my mom was at the grocery store and Lucia was out with friends, I sat in my room with Gabbana, who hadn't left my side since the incident, and found myself thinking about something that had happened about 2 years ago. It was right after we'd moved in. Strange things kept happening, objects disappearing and reappearing in odd places, cold spots in certain rooms even during summer, and this persistent feeling that someone was watching us. It got so bad that my mom, who isn't even religious, had asked a priest to come bless the house. I remember standing there while he sprinkled holy water in every room, feeling skeptical but also hopeful. After that, things had calmed down, until now. I was startled from my thoughts by a soft thud from Julian's room. Gabbana's ears perked up, and she let out a low growl. "It's nothing," I told her, trying to convince myself more than her. "Just the house settling, like Mom said." But then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps crossing Julian's room. Gabbana leapt off my bed and darted under it, her growl turning into a frightened mewl. I wanted to call out for my mum before remembering she wasn't home. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment I thought I'd imagined it. Then came the sound of Julian's door creaking open wider. The footsteps continued, now in the hallway, coming toward my room. I sat paralyzed on my bed, my eyes fixed on my partly open door. The footsteps stopped right outside. Slowly, my door began to open wider. There was nobody there. At least, nobody I could see. But the door was definitely moving, opening as if pushed by an invisible hand. Then I saw it. Not clearly, not fully, but enough to make my blood run cold. A shape, a silhouette, like heat rising from pavement. The distorted outline of what looked like a woman in a long dress, her hair piled high on her head in an old-fashioned style. It, stood there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then the shape moved, drifting backward into the hallway, toward the stairs. I don't know what possessed me, but I got up and followed. Keeping my distance, I watched as the barely there silhouette descended the stairs, one step at a time, moving with a formal, upright posture that reminded me of the Victorian ladies in the historical photos that hung in our town's library. At the bottom of the stairs, the figure paused and seemed to turn back toward me. I felt a wave of cold air wash over me, carrying that same musty smell I'd noticed on Gabbana. Then the shape simply dissolved, like mist under sudden sunlight. I stood frozen at the top of the stairs until I heard my mum's car in the driveway. I never told her what I saw. I never told anyone until now. What would I even say? That I saw a ghost, a Victorian lady haunting our house? All I know is that Gabbana still won't go near Julian's room. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear those slow, deliberate footsteps crossing the upstairs hallway, pausing outside my door, before continuing down the stairs. I've started sleeping with my light on. Story 23. I've never told this story publicly before. To be honest, I'm still not sure I want to now, but after spending years looking for similar experiences online and finding nothing, I need to know if anyone else has seen what I saw. This happened during Thanksgiving at my grandma Eleanor's house when I was 12. For context, my grandma lived in this really isolated part of Massachusetts, totally surrounded by dense woods. Her property was one of those old New England homes that had been in the family for generations, all wooden, painted white, but chipping, with a massive backyard that just faded right into the forest. The nearest neighbor was maybe half a mile away. Every Thanksgiving, our entire extended family would gather there, aunts, uncles, all the cousins. I was particularly close with my cousin Michael, who was 13 at the time. We were the adventurous ones in the family, always exploring the woods and getting into minor trouble. That particular Thanksgiving was unusually warm for Massachusetts in late November, probably in the high 50s. After the big meal, while all the adults were in food comas watching football or washing dishes, Michael and I decided to go exploring in the woods behind Grandma's house. We'd explored those woods hundreds of times before, but usually just the areas close to the property. This time, we wanted to go further. Grandma Eleanor had always told us stories about the Native American tribes that used to live in the area. We'd found arrowheads in the past, and there were even the remains of what she said were old sweat lodges deeper in the woods. Neither of us had actually seen these structures, so that became our mission that day. We headed out around 3 in the afternoon. I remember checking the time because my mum had made us promise to be back before it got dark at 5. The light was already getting that golden, late afternoon quality that makes everything look slightly magical. The woods started out familiar. Oak trees, birch, some pine, with well-worn paths that our family had used for years. But after about 15 minutes of walking, we ventured into an area I'd never been before. The trees got thicker, older, with more undergrowth. The path disappeared completely, and we were just pushing through ferns and stepping over fallen logs. Michael was ahead of me, using a stick he'd found to whack at plants in our way. "I think the sweat lodges are supposed to be near water," he said. "I can hear a creek or something up ahead." He was right. There was a faint rushing sound coming from somewhere beyond the trees. We kept going, and eventually came to this massive rock outcropping. It was like a natural stone platform that jutted out over a steep embankment. When we stepped onto it, we could see down into a small ravine about 30 or 40 feet below us, where a narrow stream ran through. That's when I saw it. At first I just thought it was a man, some random hiker maybe. There was this tall figure standing by the water, dressed in what looked like really ragged, dirty clothes, something like burlap or old canvas, hanging off this tall, thin frame in tatters. The clothes were a dull brownish color that blended with the environment. "Hey, look," I whispered to Michael, pointing down. "There's someone down there." Michael squinted. "Who would be out here? We're like a mile from Grandma's house now." As if it heard us, the figure suddenly stopped what it was doing and turned around. That's when my entire body went cold. It wasn't a man. It had the body of a person, 2 arms, 2 legs standing upright, but where a human head should have been, there was the head of a moose. Not like a mask or a costume. It was wrong. Like someone had taken a real moose head and attached it to a human body, but it was alive. The antlers spread out wide above its head, massive dark brown antlers that looked almost black against the fading daylight. But the worst part was its eyes. They locked directly onto mine, deep, black, knowing eyes. In that instant, I felt something I've never felt before or since. This creature knew me. It recognized me specifically, not just as some random kid. And I knew, with absolute certainty that's hard to explain, that it wanted to eat me, not just kill me, consume me, take me into itself. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My whole body was frozen as this moose man stared up at me. Michael saw it too because he grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. "Run," he whispered, his voice cracking with fear. "Tommy, run." That broke the spell. We both turned and started sprinting back the way we came, crashing through the underbrush. I remember the absolute panic, the feeling that if I slowed down even for a second, those hands would grab me from behind. Here's where it gets even weirder. The woods seemed different as we ran, thicker somehow. The air felt heavier, almost foggy, though it had been clear just minutes before. The trees looked wrong too, twisted and darker, with branches that seemed to reach toward us, and I swear to God, the forest was changing around us. Paths that should have been there weren't. Trees that weren't there before blocked our way. "Where are we?" Michael shouted, his voice breaking with panic. "This isn't the way we came." I had no idea. Everything looked unfamiliar. We should have hit the regular trail by then, but instead we suddenly burst into a large clearing I'd never seen before. The clearing was maybe 50 feet across, perfectly circular, with tall grass and wildflowers, which made no sense for November in Massachusetts. Around the edges were several rings of mushrooms. Fairy rings, my grandma would have called them. The strangest part was the fireflies. Hundreds of them, floating lazily around the clearing, giving off this soft golden light. But fireflies in late November, in Massachusetts, impossible. I stopped running, suddenly feeling different. The panic was fading, replaced by this weird calm. The clearing felt safe, welcoming. I wanted to stay there, lie down in the grass among the fireflies. It felt like home in a way my actual home never had. Michael had stopped too, a strange expression on his face. "It's nice here," he said dreamily. "Maybe we should rest for a while." I nodded, taking a step toward the center of the clearing. The air smelled sweet, like flowers and honey. The fireflies danced around us, their light pulsing gently. I felt like I could stay there forever. Then faintly, I heard my mum's voice calling my name. "Thomas, Michael, dinner's almost ready." Her voice cut through whatever spell had fallen over us. I blinked hard, suddenly aware that something was very wrong. The clearing didn't feel right anymore. It felt like a trap. "Michael, we need to go." I grabbed his arm, pulling him. He resisted at first, then seemed to snap out of it too. We ran toward the sound of my mum's voice, and within seconds, literally seconds, we were back on the familiar path that led to Grandma's backyard. The woods were normal again, just regular trees, regular undergrowth, no fog, no twisted branches. We burst out into the yard, both of us sweating and panting. My mum was standing on the back porch looking annoyed. "There you are. I've been calling for 5 minutes. Didn't you hear me? It's almost dark." I looked at the sky. The sun was setting. According to my watch, we'd been gone for nearly 2 hours, though it had felt like maybe 30 minutes. When we tried to tell the adults what we'd seen, they just laughed it off. My uncle said we probably saw a regular moose and got spooked. My dad suggested it was a hunter in camouflage with a moose call. Nobody believed us, and eventually we stopped trying to convince them. But that wasn't the end of it. After dinner, all the cousins decided to play manhunt in the yard. If you don't know, it's basically hide and seek in the dark. There were 8 of us kids, ranging from 7 to 15 years old. It was fully dark by then, around 7:30. The adults were inside, cleaning up and having drinks. The yard was lit only by the light spilling from the windows and the quarter moon overhead. I was a seeker, along with Michael and my cousin Ellie. The other 5 were hiding. We'd found 4 of them and were looking for just my cousin Sarah, who was 11. We knew she was good at hiding, so we split up to cover more ground. I was searching near the edge of the woods, not actually in the forest, just along the tree line where there were some bushes and shrubs. That's when I heard Ellie scream. I ran toward the sound and found her pointing at a large rhododendron bush near the shed. Sarah was crouched behind it, but she wasn't what Ellie was screaming at. Standing behind Sarah, towering over the bush, was the moose man. It was at least 7 feet tall, its antlers adding another foot to its height. In the dim light from the house, I could see it more clearly than before. Its body was unnaturally thin, almost skeletal, with long arms that hung down past its knees. The ragged clothes I'd seen earlier were not clothes at all, but what looked like strips of bark and moss growing directly from its skin. And the head, that massive moose head with dead black eyes, was staring directly at Sarah, who had no idea it was standing right behind her. Michael saw it too. So did my other cousins who came running. We all froze for a second. Then someone shouted, "Sarah, run!" And she finally turned, looked up, and screamed louder than I've ever heard anyone scream. We all ran for the house, literally tripping over each other to get inside. Sarah was the last one in, and I swear to God, as she crossed the threshold, I felt something brush against the back of my neck, like cold, wet breath. The adults thought we were playing a prank on each other. They checked the yard with flashlights but found nothing. They told us it was our imaginations, that we were scaring each other on purpose. Nobody believed us, even though all 8 of us had seen the same thing. Nobody wanted to play outside after that. We stayed in the house for the rest of the weekend, and I noticed none of the adults went out after dark either, despite their skepticism. It's been 15 years since that Thanksgiving. I'm 27 now, with a career and an apartment in Boston. I've tried to convince myself it was just our imaginations, some mass hysteria triggered by the stories my grandma told us about the woods. But here's the thing. None of us cousins ever talk about it. Not ever. We've never discussed it since that night. At family gatherings, we all carefully avoid any mention of that Thanksgiving or games of manhunt or exploring the woods. It's like we all silently agreed to pretend it never happened. Grandma Eleanor died 3 years ago. The house was sold to a non-family member. I've never been back, and I never will. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I see those black eyes staring at me, and I know somehow that the moose man is still there in those woods, waiting. Has anyone else ever seen something like this? Please tell me I'm not crazy. Story 24. I still don't know what we heard that night. It's been 4 years, and I've tried everything to make sense of it. Research, talking to experts, even consulting with a medium. But nothing has given me a satisfactory explanation. I'm sharing this here because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. My husband Nathaniel and I have lived in the Ravenswood Manor area of Chicago for almost a decade now. It's this gorgeous historic neighborhood with tree-lined streets and these amazing old Victorian and craftsman houses that make you feel like you've stepped back in time. We both work demanding jobs. I'm in hospital administration and he teaches at Northwestern. So our evening walks became this sacred ritual for us, a chance to decompress and connect. We especially loved walking on clear nights when the moon was out. There's something magical about how moonlight hits those old Victorian houses, casting these long shadows and making the ornate details pop. I know it sounds cheesy, but these walks were honestly the highlight of my day. This particular night was in mid-October 4 years ago. It was unseasonably warm, one of those perfect fall evenings where you only need a light jacket. The moon was nearly full, and the sky was completely clear. We'd had dinner at this little Italian place we love and decided to take the long way home through some of the side streets we didn't usually explore. Around 9:30, we turned onto this street called Rockwell Avenue. It's lined with these gorgeous old elms and maples, their branches creating this canopy over the sidewalk. The leaves were just starting to turn, so everything had this golden reddish glow in the moonlight. We were walking hand in hand, not really talking, just enjoying the evening. That's when we heard it. We were passing this massive old elm tree in the parkway between the sidewalk and street, when this sound came from somewhere in its branches. It's hard to describe it accurately. It was like a moan, but deeper than anything I've ever heard. Not quite a growl, not quite human, but resonating in a way that I could feel it in my chest. It reminded me of those Tibetan throat singers, but distorted and wrong somehow. Nathaniel and I both stopped dead in our tracks. He squeezed my hand so tight it hurt, but I barely noticed because I was too focused on the tree. The sound had lasted maybe 3 seconds, and now there was just silence. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, not taking my eyes off the foliage above us. "Yeah," Nathaniel said quietly. "Probably just a raccoon or something." But we both knew it wasn't a raccoon. I've heard raccoons, possums, cats, and pretty much every urban wildlife you can imagine. This wasn't like any animal sound I recognized. It was too deep, too resonant. We stood there for maybe 30 seconds, staring up into the branches. The street was completely deserted except for us. All the houses had their lights on, warm glows behind curtains, but it suddenly felt like we were a million miles from another human being. I was about to suggest we keep walking when it happened again. That same guttural groan, but longer this time. Maybe 5 seconds of this deep, vibrating moan that seemed to come from everywhere within the tree at once. And this time it sounded more deliberate, almost like it was responding to our presence. "That's not an animal," I said, my voice shaking slightly. Nathaniel nodded, still staring up. "Maybe it's the wind in the branches, some kind of weird acoustic thing." But there was no wind, not even a slight breeze. The leaves were perfectly still. I took out my phone to try and record it, thinking maybe I could figure it out later, or at least have proof of what we were hearing. But as soon as the screen lit up, I felt ridiculous. What was I doing standing under a tree in the dark, trying to record weird noises? I was about to put my phone away when the sound came a third time. This one was different. It started the same, that deep, resonant moan. But then it changed, becoming higher pitched and almost articulated, like it was trying to form words. It reminded me of how a person might sound if they were trying to speak underwater. There was a rhythm to it, a cadence that felt intentional. That's when Nathaniel suddenly grabbed my arm. His face had gone completely white in the moonlight, and his eyes were wide with fear. "We need to go," he said, his voice tight. "Now." "What? Why? What do you—" "I don't want to see it," he said, already pulling me along the sidewalk. "I don't want to see whatever's making that noise." Something in his voice scared me more than the sound itself. Nathaniel isn't the type to get spooked easily. He's always the rational one, the person who checks the basement when I hear strange noises at night. But in that moment, he looked genuinely terrified. We started walking quickly, almost jogging, away from the tree. I looked back over my shoulder, trying to see something, anything, moving in the branches, but they remained still. We'd made it about half a block when it happened one last time. The sound was louder now, even though we'd put distance between us and the tree. This moan was elongated, lasting maybe 10 seconds, and it seemed to vibrate through the entire street. It felt like it was following us, reaching out to us, and then, at the very end, it changed again, dropping to an even deeper register that I swear I felt more than heard, like when you stand too close to a subwoofer. We ran the rest of the way home, actually ran, like we were being chased. We didn't say a word to each other until we were safely inside our house with the door locked behind us. "What the hell was that?" I asked, still trying to catch my breath. Nathaniel just shook his head. "I don't know, El. I honestly don't know." We spent the rest of the night trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of bird we'd never heard before. Maybe someone was playing a weird prank with a hidden speaker. Maybe it was just the way the wind was moving through that particular tree, though we both knew there had been no wind. The next day, I went back to that street in broad daylight. I don't know what I expected to find, but the elm tree looked completely normal. No unusual marks, no broken branches, nothing that would suggest anything had been living in it or climbing it. I even asked a couple of neighbors if they'd heard anything strange the night before, but they just gave me confused looks. Over the next few weeks, I found myself becoming obsessed with figuring out what we'd heard. I researched animal sounds native to Illinois, consulted with a friend who works at the Lincoln Park Zoo, even reached out to an ornithologist at the Field Museum. None of them could identify what might have made that sound based on my description. I tried to convince Nathaniel to go back with me at night, but he flat out refused. He's not usually superstitious, but something about that experience had really shaken him. When I pressed him about why he'd been so afraid, all he would say was that he'd had this overwhelming sense that if we'd stayed, we would have seen something we weren't meant to see. Against my better judgment, I went back alone about a week later. I stood under that same elm tree for nearly an hour, recording on my phone, waiting. Nothing happened. No sound, no movement, nothing out of the ordinary at all. We've continued living in the neighborhood and taking our evening walks, but we always avoid that particular street now. It's been 4 years, and we've never heard that sound again. Sometimes I wonder if we imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the look on Nathaniel's face, the genuine fear in his eyes, and I know it was real. After researching for months and finding no satisfactory explanation, I developed my own theory. I've always been interested in folklore from different cultures, and I came across the concept of elemental spirits, non-human entities associated with natural elements like forests, rivers, and mountains. Most accounts describe them as being tied to their natural habitats, rarely venturing into urban areas. My theory is that maybe, just maybe, we encountered an elemental spirit that had somehow become attached to someone returning from a camping trip or hike in a more rural area. Maybe it had followed them back to the city, confused and disoriented, and sought refuge in the most familiar thing it could find: a tree. In an environment of concrete and brick, that old elm was the closest thing to its natural habitat. I know it sounds far-fetched. Nathaniel certainly thinks so. He prefers to file the experience away as unexplained, rather than try to attach supernatural explanations to it. But whatever it was, it felt ancient and aware in a way that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I've never shared this story widely before because, well, it sounds crazy. But I can't stop thinking about it. What was in that tree? Why did it make those sounds? Was it trying to communicate with us? And why has it never returned? Sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I still hear that moan in my head, that deep, resonating sound that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. And I wonder if somewhere, in some other tree, in some other neighborhood, someone else is standing frozen on the sidewalk, listening to something they can't explain.